continue to strengthen the country's devolved system of governance. My name is Doris Getonga, and I will be taking you through the order of business that is expected this afternoon. And part of the business that is expected from senators this afternoon is, as of the order paper, the first major business on today's order paper is the resumption of debate on the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding the conferment of city status to Thika municipality. This is a significant matter because the evolution of Thika to city status represents more than a change in title. City status brings with it expanded planning responsibility, increased expectations for infrastructure development, improved urban management, and enhanced economic opportunities. If approved by the Senate, Thika will join Kenya's growing list of cities, reflecting its urban growth, strategic role within the Nairobi metropolitan region. Senators are expected to weigh whether the municipality has met the legal and administrative requirements under the Urban Area and Cities Act before making their determination through a division. This is a motion by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, and is expected to be a resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, 30th July 2026. As you can see on your screens, the procession of the Speaker of the Senate is making its way into the chamber. Very beautiful pictures, as you can see on your screen. If you're just joining us, this is a live broadcast brought to you by Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. And allow me to hand you over so that we can start the business of the day this afternoon. Do enjoy your viewing from wherever you're joining us from. My name is Doris Gitonga. Do have a lovely afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate has just taken the seat, and as you can see on your screens, there is no quorum to start the official business of the Senate, and has ordered for the bell to be rung. This is according to standing orders of the Senate. Standing Order 39, quorum of the Senate. The quorum of the Senate of the Committee of the Whole shall be 15 senators. The quorum at commencement of the sitting of the Senate, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for the sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately, after the prayer, order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. If no quorum is present at the expiration of the 10 minutes, the Speaker may direct that the bell be rung for a further 10 minutes. And if there is still no quorum present, the Speaker shall adjourn the Senate forthwith to the next sitting. Allow me to continue taking you through the expected order of business according to the order paper this afternoon. A motion that is expected to be debated this afternoon is a motion on consideration of reports of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 11 of 2026. The Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operations of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Number 14 of 2026. This is by the Chairperson Select Committee on Delegated Legislation. This committee has recommended that the Senate announce the regulations. Senators will therefore determine whether the regulations meet the Constitution standard of delegated legislation, including public participation, legality, and consistency with the parent statutes. The outcome could have significant implications for school transport operators, commercial transport companies, vehicle inspection procedures, and road safety enforcement across the country. Attention will then shift to the legislative agenda, whether the resumption of debate of the street naming and property addressing system bill. This will be a bill that will also be considered, the street naming and property addressing system bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2024, which is on its second reading and will be a resumption of debate interrupted on Tuesday, 4th August 2026. In the motion of the consideration of the reports of the Select Committee on Delegation Legislation and its consideration to the traffic rules, that the Senate adopts the reports of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the following: the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice 13 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operations of Commercial Vehicle Regulations 2026, Legal Notice Number 14 of 2026. This was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 10th June 2026, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Acts, the Senate resolves to annul the Traffic School Transport Rules number 2026, Legal Notice Number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operations of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Number 14 of 2026. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a resumption of debate that was interrupted on Thursday, 11th June 2026, and a division is expected at the end. As you can see in the chamber, the senators are making their way into the chamber and expecting for the afternoon sitting to commence. This afternoon, there will also be a committee of the whole House, the Public Fundraising Appeal Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2024 by the Senate Majority Leader, there will be expected a resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday. Okay, as you can see on your screens, the quorum has been achieved. Did you enjoy your viewing? Good afternoon.
Call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 5th August 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on Stakeholder Forum on the challenges facing the sugar sector held at Mabanga Agricultural Training College in Bungoma County on 26 May 2026. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 5th August 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, JLAC, on its consideration of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 7 of 2026. On behalf of the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Notice of motion, report on the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on Stakeholder Forum on the challenges facing the sector held at Mabanga Agricultural Training College in Bungoma County on 26 May 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Fisheries on Stakeholder Forum on the challenges facing the sugar sector held at Mabanga Agricultural Training College in Bungoma County on 26 May 2026, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 5th August 2026. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senator Catherine Muma.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that Article 43D of the Constitution guarantees every person the right to clean and safe water in adequate quantities and to reasonable standards of sanitation, cognizant that under the 4th schedule to the Constitution, county governments are responsible for county water and sanitation services, while national government is responsible for water resources management, policy and regulation, and that the Water Act 2016 and the National Water Policy provide the framework for universal, equitable, and sustainable access to water and sanitation services, thereby requiring effective intergovernmental coordination to ensure equitable access to such services. Concerned that despite the existing constitutional, legal, and policy framework, many residents of informal settlements in Nairobi County continue to experience inadequate, unreliable, unsafe, and unaffordable access to water and sanitation services due to inadequate infrastructure, weak implementation, and insufficient investment in water supply and sanitation infrastructure and service delivery. Appreciating that expanding water and sanitation infrastructure, strengthening public-private community partnerships, and promoting community participation can significantly improve access to affordable, safe, and sustainable water and sanitation services within informal settlements. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Nairobi City County Government, through the Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company, in collaboration with the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Athi Water Works Agency, the Water Resource Authority, and other relevant authorities, 1, develops and implements a county water and sanitation improvement plan with clear targets, timelines, and financing for expanding water and sewerage services to informal settlements. 2, strengthens water supply infrastructure, sewage networks, and sanitation facilities while promoting appropriate low-cost and innovative service delivery models. 3, establishes transparent regulatory and consumer protection measures to curb illegal water connections, exploitation through informal water vending, inflated tariffs, and unsafe water supply practices. And 4, deploys in collaboration with the Water Resources Authority adequate financial, technical, and institutional resources to restore and protect urban rivers and water catchment areas within Nairobi City County through strengthened enforcement against pollution, rehabilitation of riparian ecosystems, and sustained investment in water resource protection so as to ensure a reliable and sustainable supply of clean and safe water to all residents of Nairobi City County. Senator Catherine Muma, MP. Honorable Speaker, shall I proceed with the next? No,
What are you holding?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is it a notice?
No, it is not. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Then you'll await till we call the order. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. The Honorable Senator for Nandi County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Statement on the outstanding performance of Team Kenya at the 2026 Commonwealth Games Glasgow in United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern, namely the outstanding performance of Team Kenya at 2026 Commonwealth Games held in Glasgow, Scotland. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya once again demonstrated its sporting excellence on the international stage, with Team Kenya securing 12 medals comprising 3 gold, 4 silver, and 5 bronze medals. The performance was headlined by exceptional displays in athletics, where Kenyan athletes reaffirmed the country's place among the world's leading sporting nations. Mr. Speaker, sir, Edmund Serem delivered one of the most remarkable performances at the Games by winning gold in men's 3,000 meters triple chase. His victory was even more sweet and significant by an extraordinary all-Kenyan podium sweep, with Simon Kiprop Koech taking silver and Leonard Kipkemoi Bett securing bronze. The achievement gave Kenya an historic clean sweep of all 3 medals in the event and demonstrated the remarkable depth of talent that continues to exist in Kenyan athletes. Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang added another gold medal for Kenya in the men's 5,000 meters, further reaffirming the country's enduring strength in middle and long distance running. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the women's 3,000 meters triple chase, Faith Cherotich, a newcomer, further underlined Kenya's dominance by winning gold and setting a new Commonwealth Games record. Her performance was a powerful demonstration of both individual excellence and continued strength of Kenya's tradition in both men and women's triple chase. Mr. Speaker, sir, the achievements extended beyond the gold medals. Stephen Ndangiru Kihu won silver in the men's 10,000 meters race walk, while Diana Wanza secured silver in the women's 10,000 meters, and Lillian Odira, I think comes from Migori, where Senator Eddy comes from, took silver in the women's 800 meters. Wycliffe Kinyamala added bronze medal in the men's 800 meters, while Timothy Cheruiyot secured bronze in the men's 1 mile. Irene Chepkemboi also claimed bronze in the women's javelin, demonstrating Kenya's ability to compete successfully beyond its traditional distance running events. Mr. Speaker, and this is the first female women javelin that has won as a country. Joshua Amunga Mboya's bronze medal in the men's 60 kilos weight lifting event was also equally significant. His achievement broadened Kenya's medal contribution beyond athletics and demonstrated the potential for Kenyan athletes to excel in other sporting disciplines when given the requisite opportunity, preparation, and support. Mr. Speaker, sir, these achievements are a source of immense national pride. The historic clean sweep in the men's triple chase, Faith Cherotich's record-breaking victory, the gold medal performance of Matthew Kipsang, and the strong showcasing across range of other events reflecting the discipline, resilience, talent, and determination of Kenyan athletes. These are not merely individual accomplishments, they are national triumphs that have brought honor to our flag and demonstrated the extraordinary potential of our young people. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is therefore imperative that the success of Team Kenya be met more with an applause. Our athletes deserve appropriate recognition and reward for their achievements, as well as sustained investment in their welfare, training, coaching, medical support, preparation for international competition. The government must ensure the athletes who bring honor to Kenya are supported throughout their careers, and their contribution in awards and other things should not be taxed by KRA, so that they can add to our national identity is properly acknowledged. So, Speaker, sir, finally, the performance of Team Kenya in Glasgow, Scotland, should also inspire renewed investment in sports infrastructure and talent development across the country. And I want to applaud the President for the ongoing study being done across the country, including Raila Odinga Talanta Stadium here in Nairobi. We must also strengthen talent identification at the grassroots, improve sporting facilities, invest in qualified coaches, and create clear pathways through which young athletes can progress from local competition to international stage. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you.
Now, request for statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Senator Betty Montet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a request for statement on the impact of industrial air emissions from cement and steel manufacturing companies in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the impact of industrial air emissions from cement and steel manufacturing companies in the country. Mr. Speaker, cement and steel production in Kenya plays a significant role in economic development through job creation, revenue generation, regional trade, and support for government initiatives such as affordable housing. However, this, can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Boni, take your seat.
Thank you. However, these industries also present environmental and public health concerns, particularly through air pollution, reduced feasibility, respiratory illness, and ecosystem degradation in areas hosting such facilities. These facilities include, including Machakos, Kajiado, and coastal counties. This raises questions regarding compliance with environmental laws, emission standards, and licensing conditions, as well as the effectiveness of the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA's, monitoring and enforcement mechanisms. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the real-time monitoring mechanisms employed by the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, on continuous and unlawful dust emissions from the manufacturing plants beyond scheduled annual audits. 2, the measures by the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry to address public concerns regarding nighttime emissions and excessive particulate pollution from cement and steel industries. Number 3, the coordination mechanisms between the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry and the Ministry of Health in conducting health assessments and studies for communities living adjacent to cement and steel plants. Lastly, the measures adopted to ensure that environmental and social impact assessments for new or expanding cement and steel plants adequately incorporate community participation, concerns, and consent during project approval processes. Senator Betty Montet, nominated senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Speaker, I have a request for statement on the plight of farmers in Nzoia and other sugar companies countrywide. I just want to issue a caveat that I requested for this statement before the report from the Committee on Agriculture on the stakeholder engagement at Mabanga. And Chair, I don't understand why. You know, I've already been removed from the Public Accounts Committee, but I've not been added to the Agriculture Committee. Why is it more efficient to remove people than to add people to WhatsApp groups? I don't understand. Speaker, I rise pursuant to standing
Order, Senator Fernandi. The honorable member is simply seeking to be added to his new role. You may proceed, Honorable
Senator.
Thank
you, Speaker, for that protection. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the plight of sugarcane farmers at Nzoia Sugar Company in Bungoma County and across other sugar companies nationwide. Mr. Speaker, sugarcane farmers continue to face historical arrears, delayed payments, corruption in access to harvesting permits, and poor welfare support. These persistent challenges, particularly at the Nzoia Sugar Company, where farmers and residents who are major stakeholders in the well-being of the facility have been forced to resort to regular protests due to despondency, eroded livelihoods, and undermined confidence in the sustainability of the factory. Such is the plight of the contracted cane farmers across the sugar sector countrywide. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, when perennial arrears and delayed payments to sugarcane farmers will be cleared and the measures in place to guarantee timely future disbursements. Secondly, how regulatory oversight will ensure leaseholders remain responsive to community, farmer and employee needs, including fair labor practices and adequate remuneration. Thirdly, the steps being taken to eliminate corruption in the issuance of cane harvesting permits and ensure equitable access for contracted farmers. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, how the welfare of local communities who donated land for the factories and estates will be safeguarded, ensuring they benefit from improved milling, jobs and sustainable development. With your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, I would want to take the next statement.
You may proceed.
Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights and Foreign Relations on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the voting rights of serving police and other security officers. Mr. Speaker, Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 guarantees every citizen the right to make political choices, including the right to vote by secret ballot in a free, fair and regular election. However, during elections, thousands of police officers and other security personnel are deployed away from their registered polling stations to provide security services, effectively denying them the opportunity to exercise this fundamental constitutional right. With advancements in electoral technology and the existing mechanisms that facilitate voting by Kenyans in the diaspora, it is imperative that appropriate arrangements be explored to ensure that serving security officers deployed outside their registered polling stations are not disenfranchised solely by virtue of their official duties. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the legal, policy and administrative measures being undertaken by the State Law Office in collaboration with the IEBC and other relevant agencies to ensure that the police and other security officers deployed away from their registered polling stations are able to exercise their constitutional right to vote. Number 2, the measures to guarantee that security officers exercising their right to vote freely, fairly and by secret ballot without intimidation, coercion or undue influence from the chain of command or any other person. And finally, whether the security officers required to travel to their registered polling stations to vote will be provided with adequate logistical and administrative support, including transport and sufficient time off duty to enhance voter participation without compromising election security. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and the Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the status of pending county development projects initiated before September 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, while devolution was intended to ensure the prudent use of resources and the community in service delivery, the frequent abandonment and inherited projects during leadership transitions undermine this goal. The prioritization of the new legacy initiatives over existing ones has resulted in a waste of billions in taxpayers' funds, leaving citizens with incomplete and underutilized infrastructure. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should address the following. One, the committee should look at the current status of all stored or abandoned projects initiated before September 2022, including specific reasons for the abandonment. Two, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the budgetary provisions and projected completion schedules for these pending projects within 2026-2027 financial year and subsequent financial years. Number three, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at regulatory frameworks and monitoring mechanisms in place to ensure continuity and prioritization of inherited projects and prevent waste during leadership transitions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya, More Fire, CBS Member of Parliament. Senator for the Rakadith. Thank you.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Placed a request for a statement on the regulatory failures to safeguard River Yala from environmental and ecological risks posed by illegal gold mining activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of national concern regarding the regulatory failures by the Ministry of Mining and the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, to safeguard River Yala from the environmental and ecological risks posed by illegal gold mining activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, mechanized dredging of River Yala by foreigners undertaking alluvial mining was a major issue raised by residents of Isulu Bushangala during a public hearing conducted by the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on 29th June 2026 at Bushangala Secondary School in Ikolomani constituency, Kakamega County. During the meeting, the Principal Secretary in charge of mining, Mr. Kimtai, asserted that the Ministry of Mining has taken steps to halt the mining operations. The ongoing gold mining activities in River Yala by foreign nationals has exposed regulatory failures by the relevant authorities, particularly the Ministry and NEMA. Communities in Kolomani along River Yala continue to face contamination of water that serves as their source of livelihood, as well as the activities, as well as the destruction of riverbanks and adjoining farms. Left unchecked, the mining activities pose grave risks to River Yala and the Yala swamp wetlands, including toxic contamination, siltation, biodiversity loss, and downstream threats to Lake Victoria. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the circumstances surrounding the facilitation of foreign-led alluvial gold mining operations along the Yala River, and one, whether the mining entities are operating pursuant to all the approval and licensing requirements of the Ministry of Mining and the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. Whether the mining entities have the requisite approvals and licenses. No, where the mining entities have the requisite approvals and licenses. One, when the applications were submitted to the ministry and the names of the proprietors of the mining ventures. B, when public participation was conducted in respect of those mining activities. C, who issued the licenses authorizing the mining activities when they were issued and the duration for which they were issued. D, the conditions attached to the licensing of the alluvial gold mining and drenching of River Yala, and D, E, whether all relevant approval and licensing documentation can be availed to the Senate. Number 2, whether the relevant laws and processes were followed during the establishment of the alluvial gold mining operations, and in particular, 1, whether the dredging machinery was lawfully imported into the country, 2, where the machinery was lawfully imported from, who authorized its importation, when the authorization was granted, and the circumstances under which it was granted, and B, whether all relevant importation and clearance documentation can be availed to the Senate. 3, how long the alluvial gold mining activities have been operational in River Yala and the quantity of gold mined during the period. 4, the amount of revenue, license fees, levies, and royalties paid to the government from the alluvial gold mining activities in River Yala. 5, the action taken against foreign nationals and companies involved where the alluvial gold mining operations were unlawful. 6, mercury use controls being implemented to address toxic contamination measures to address the situation and threats to the Yala Swamp wetlands and Lake Victoria fisheries, including harm to the health of persons in the affected communities. And 7, the disciplinary or legal action taken or proposed to be taken against officials found to have facilitated illegal licensing or failed to enforce environmental regulations along River Yala. Senator Catherine Muma, nominated senator. Thank you.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for a statement on the implementation of the Magalani Busho Kilibasi water project in Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 531 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the implementation and operational status of the Magalani to Busho to Kilibasi water project in Makinon Road, Ward in Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the county government of Kwale implemented the above water project during the 2024-2025 financial year at an estimated cost of Kenya shillings 96 million to improve access to potable water. Despite this investment, residents of Mgalani, Busho, Kilibasi, Kaseve, and neighboring villages continue to experience acute water shortages, while several water kiosks constructed under the project remain non-operational. In the statement, the committee should address the following issues. Number 1, the implementation status of the water project, stating the approved scope of works, total project cost, procurement process undertaken, the contractor engaged, amount paid, and whether the project has been completed and commissioned. Number 2, whether the pipeline was upgraded from 3-inch to 6-inch pipes in accordance with the approved designs, the bills of quantities and technical specifications, including the findings of the inspections, quality assurance tests, and technical audits conducted. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the reasons residents of Mgalani, Busho, Kilibasi, Kaseve, and neighboring villages continue to experience inadequate water supply, including the number and operational status of water kiosks constructed under the project and the timelines for making them fully operational. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the measures to address concerns regarding the procurement and budgetary implementation of the project, including the findings of audits taken and action taken against any officers or contractors found responsible for any irregularities. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the immediate and long-term measures to provide residents of Makinon Road with sustainable, reliable, and equitable access to clean and safe water. U.S. 12, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, before I allow comments on the statements that have been sought, allow me to make this communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 5 teachers and 52 students from Nyali in Mombasa County who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. Now, on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I'd wish to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 8 teachers and 116 students from Kabianga Comprehensive School in Kericho County, who are seated in the public gallery today. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Further, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of students from Starehe Boys Center and School, Loreto Convent Valley Road, and Alliance High School, who are undertaking a 1-week service in the Senate under the School Voluntary Service Scheme, VSS. The Voluntary Service Scheme aims to provide students with an opportunity to gain first-hand knowledge and work experience of how Parliament functions, including the legislative process and deeper understanding of governance. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming guests to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish them a fruitful visit. I will request Honorable Maanzo to extend a word of welcome to the delegation, the VSS delegation. I will also request Honorable Munyehaji Faki, Senator from Mombasa, to extend a word of welcome to the delegation from Mombasa, and also the Nandi Senator to extend a word of welcome to the delegation from Kericho County, in that order, each speaking for less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome the delegation from Starehe Boys Center, and on behalf of Senator Mugatana, who went to Alliance High School, and yourself, truly, Mr. Speaker, the delegation from Alliance Boys High School, and want to wish all the students, you know, when they are doing the voluntary service here, to learn and to interact with the members. I had an opportunity to meet them just before they came into the Senate. We want to encourage them, and we'll be meeting them quite regularly, Mr. Speaker, so that they can learn. And I wish them well. I know they're hardworking and they're going to pass well in school. I wish that one day, all of them, the way they are seated there, will sit in this house as senators. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to join you in welcoming the Nyali Comprehensive School, one of the best schools in the county of Mombasa. In the recent past, there have been some problems, but now the problems are over, and now they are back into the academic forum. Mr. Speaker, allow me to reserve the 30 seconds remaining to Senator Asige, because she's an alumni of the school. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Asige. Christo.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my head of delegation, Senator Faki, for the opportunity to also welcome Nyali Comprehensive School. Indeed, Chair, Speaker, I am an alumni of the school. I was at the school when it was called Mombasa Parents Club, and my father, Senior Counsel Japhet Asige, was actually a chairperson of the board in 88 to 89, and his name is somewhere on the walls of the school. So greetings from myself, greetings on behalf of my father as well, and I really do wish you a pleasant visit to the Senate. And I was also there, Speaker, severally last year, supporting them with their sports day, supporting them with activities with regard to technology facilitated gender-based violence, and I hope that they recognize me, and if they were not part of those groups that I was meeting with last year and throughout this year, I pray that I will get another opportunity to meet this group as well. But in the meantime, welcome to the Senate. I hope that you do learn a lot from us, and that maybe some of you, if interested to be here, will also follow in the footsteps of myself and Senator Faki of Mombasa County. I thank you.
Senator Fernandi.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf, I want to extend a warm welcome to Kabianga Comprehensive School in Kericho County, which is my neighboring rural county, and to welcome them on behalf of their senator, who is the majority leader of the House, Senator Aaron Cheruyot Kipkirui, to warmly welcome them and assure them that the country we have is a country of equal opportunities. If you work hard, you work smart, and be God-fearing. We wish you the best, and may the Lord continue to bless you. Be disciplined, be focused, and you will get a chance to serve in this country. Mr. Speaker, I extend a warm welcome. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm told he's an alumni of Kabianga School, so Senator Mogeni, you may take to the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, indeed, I confirm that I'm an alumni of Kabianga High School. That's where I did my A-levels from 5, from 6. So I extend a hearty welcome, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the students of Kabianga High School in Kericho. Mr. Speaker, I enjoyed one of the best environments in Kabianga High School as a student, and I'm here now as a senator. I hope the students from Kericho, Mr. Speaker, will continue making the name of Kabianga to continue shining, Mr. Speaker. I wish them well in their visit to the Senate and urge them to continue working hard. They are our future leaders, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Loreto Convent Valley Road and Starehe Boys Center School are in Nairobi County, and therefore I would request the Senator for Nairobi City County to extend his welcome.
I thank you, Speaker. Over the past 4 years, we've received quite a number of delegations from Nairobi, and they insist that they be introduced or welcomed to the Senate by their senator, so that even if Senator Maanzo went to Starehe, he still remains a rural senator, and they insist on being invited by the city county senator. I take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, because these two schools need no introduction. They are centers of excellence, to welcome these students. And I was asking myself, Speaker, because in your communication you always say that they are here to also follow our legislative business. I don't know if the clerks make available, for instance, the order paper, so that they can follow where we are in the proceedings of the day, so that they know when you call out questions and statements, that's why people are asking these questions that are being asked. But I hope that in the future the Senate can make it a more interactive process, so that these students who visit us can have a wholesome experience here. So I welcome them, and even though Alliance is in the neighboring Kiambu County, I will want to extend that invitation to them as well, although I didn't go to Alliance, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Order, Senator Fernandi. Did you go to Alliance? Order, 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 honorable senators. Can we settle that debate? You went to good schools, honorable senators, so let's leave it there. Now we'll move to comments. I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for less than 3 minutes. The Honorable Mudhama Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on the statements, and I'll start with a statement for Senator Betty Montet about the industrial air emissions from the cement and steel manufacturing companies in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'll comment about the emissions and pollution caused by the cement and steel companies in Athi River, in Mavoko sub-county, in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, we are having so many people who are sick, and I'm just requesting that the committee which will deal with this statement can bring NEMA to task and ask them what they are doing about what the companies, why the companies are not following the law that rule them about emission and pollutions. We are having so many people who are sick, and yet these people are just busy making money, and these people are getting sick and they have no money. When they go to hospital, they have to struggle to see what they will do. Many of them have died, Mr. Speaker, because of sicknesses and illnesses that are caused by the pollution of this cement and stews. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this statement and tell the committee to really work on NEMA and Ministry of Health also, so that they can put everything in order and our people can live peacefully and healthy in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by Senator Catherine Muma about a dredging machine that is doing gold mining in Ribayala, aka River Lukose, in Ikolomani and Shinyalu, is very serious. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, I have refused to make a public pronouncement on this dredging machine because I know the amount of insecurity it can visit those foreigners the moment I say I don't want them. I want to tell the PS in charge of security, Raymond Omolo, to instruct assistant chiefs and chiefs to stop protecting those foreigners because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of 7 days from today, those foreigners will not be allowed to be in that river. Not by the state, but by us, because the law says those foreigners cannot be admitted. Mr. Speaker, we were quiet.
Senator Boni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Boni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, Senator Fernandez. I've keenly followed you. You're one of the seasoned senators in this chamber. And you have said that in 7 days, those foreigners will not be there. Not because of the state, not because of government, but because of you. Where do you draw that authority from?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me in response to draw your attention to the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Article 60, 61, and specifically, if you allow me to read so that I'm not misunderstood by the people who believe in twisting us. The Constitution says in 61 that all land in Kenya belongs to the people of Kenya, either collectively as a nation, as communities, and as individuals. Mr. Speaker, the area I'm speaking to, all the land is alienated. It belongs to individuals. If the state cannot protect our property, we will not sit back and watch as thieves walk away with our property. Members of the public, Mr. Speaker, with
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement.
Now, order, honorable senators. Senator Boni, you're out of order. You're totally out of order. Kindly withdraw your last statement. The statement that is attributable towards the chair. The chair. So
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Retract that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to retract that statement on condition that you allow me to conclude the issue of this dredging machine.
Retract the statement first and don't give the chair conditions.
Mr. Speaker, without any any conditions, I'm retracting, and I beg that you allow me to speak to the Internal Security Ministry to know what we are going through.
Okay, take your chair.
Thank you.
Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, Senator Boni. Senator Manzo, proceed.
Thank you.
Senator Boni, I give you the caution of the day. You proceed with that conduct, I'll ask you to leave the chamber. You have no leave to speak. Just take your seat. Senator Joyce, kindly. Senator Fonandi, I will throw you out if you don't desist from that conduct. Yes, Senator Boni, just take your seat, please. Senator Manzo, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to comment on the statement requested by the Honorable Sifuna. Mr. Speaker, about the voting rights of the police officers. And Mr. Speaker, this comes to my committee of JLAC at a time we are doing the election amendments, which has already been presented by IBC before this committee. And I believe the IBC will be appearing before us very soon, Mr. Speaker. It is very important that the clerks, not only just the police officers who participate in an election or who are election officers taking care of security during an election, these officers do not vote. And Mr. Speaker, remember that election is 50+1. So if you don't win with one, simply because the right of a police officer who would have voted did not vote, or a clerk, a polling clerk who did not vote, and on this same breath, Mr. Speaker, indicate that the polling clerks are taking the ones who are already registered voters. And therefore, we've got quite a number of thousands of people, close to 10 to 20,000 people, Mr. Speaker, who don't exercise their right to vote. And therefore, I think I wasn't properly timed, Mr. Speaker. 2 minutes, I'm told, Mr. Speaker.
Conclude.
Yes, so it will be important that every Kenyan who is registered to vote is accorded an opportunity to vote. And I believe there must be a system to allocate these police officers to work where they are registered as voters. And I think that will work much better, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity. We hope this will be part of the amendments you are going to make sure that every Kenyan who wants to vote, Mr. Speaker, is not left out. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundigi.
Okay, asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia hoja ya Senator Simera, Senator wa Kwale kuhusu mambo ya maji. Bwana Spika, mambo ya maji na mambo ya irrigation imeleta shinda kwa sababu hiyo wizara ni kama imesembea kazini, kwa sababu tumekuwa tukiona kila kona inalalamika mambo ya maji na mambo ya kilimo, na kaunti zingine kuko na shinda, hakuna maji ya kunywa ama ya kilimo. Na hiyo onje yake ni kama Embu County, Bwana Spika, kuna miradi kama hiyo. Mradi moja uko Eriale Water Project, na ingine Kanywambora Water Project, na ingine Kamburu Tukiretire Water Project, na ingine Kidhemo Water Project. Watu wameumia. Hii ni mwaka wa 3 mambo ya irrigation silianza. Contractor wengine walilipwa pesa, wengine wakasembea kazini, wengine wametoroka, na mambo ya kuangalia kazi imeleta shinda. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, hii mambo ya wizara ya maji na irrigation imeleta shinda. Ningeomba kutengenezwa vizuri, kama hiyo onja yake ikienda kuangaliwa, pia kaunti zile zingine iweze kuonekana pesa ngapi zimepeanwa kwa hizo kaunti na kwa nini watu wamesembea kazini. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, kaunti nyingi ilikuwa na matarajio mazuri na mambo mazuri ya mambo ya kilimo, mambo ya maji ya ukunywa, na ingine ya kutumia sure, mahospitali, na pia kwa familia imekuwa na shida. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ningeomba kamati ambaye ili itaenda kuangalia maneno waweze kuangalia njia ile inafaa, na pia waziri wa irrigation waweze kuitwa pamoja, tuweze kuona nini itapatikana ndio nchi yetu ya Kenya uweze kuendelea, kwa sababu siku hizi kona zote ni mambo ya kilimo. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Now, Senator Boni, because of my intervention while you're speaking, you lost 2 minutes. I will allow you to take those 2 minutes to conclude your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of Ekolomani, I truly want to thank this House through you. This is a very serious matter. As we speak now, 2 school children, class 8, have left school because they have been raped and made pregnant by these Chinese men, preying on the poverty of our people. Mr. Speaker, the security in some of our homes is now threatened because the Chinese are eating our dogs. It is not a laughing matter. And Mr. Speaker, protect me from the member of Nandi. Kakamega is not an extension of Nandi County.
Senator Fernandi, may the good senator be heard in silence, please. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you for that protection, and the senator of Nandi better realizes that if he's looking for somebody to argue with in my family, he can argue with my daughter, who is a better qualified lawyer than her, and my son, who is a better qualified lawyer than her.
Senator Boni, time is running. Your time is running.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore request the security organs, especially local, assistant chief and chief, not protect me, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that the little money they are given by these people.
What is your point of order, Senator Fernandi? And pause the time for Senator Boni, please.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order 101 on contents of speech, did you hear the distinguished senator of Kakamega imputing that his children are better qualified than me, yet he is not a member of Law Society of Kenya? Where does he get the facts? Mr. Speaker, you know this Kalwale has gotten used to insulting and intimidating everybody. Me, I'm a dry collagen man. I'll not be intimidated by somebody consuming colorless liquid.
Now, honorable senators, let us maintain decorum as we debate. Let that matter be settled. Conclude your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore, speaking to my cousins who are chiefs and assistant chief, plead with them to keep away from these foreigners. Because you never know. Since many of our children have been killed in these clashes, they might come out, and in the process, it looks like because of the defense Catherine and I are giving them, we are actually inciting them. We're just telling the state we have nowhere to raise the issue. It is serious. One of the children who was shot is a total orphan who came and lived in my hands from stand 6 through to Form 4 as I educated him until I took him to Shamberere TTI. He became an electrician and he was killed by the police.
Senator Mogene. Senator Mogene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on
Order, honorable senators.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement by Senator of Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, on early voting. Mr. Speaker, you know, Article 83, Sub-Article 3 of our Constitution obligates IEBC to put in place administrative arrangements to allow eligible voters to vote and not to lose the chance of voting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this problem is not confined to only police officers, Mr. Speaker. We have people, Mr. Speaker, who may conceive and their date of giving birth is on the second Tuesday of August 2027. What do you do, Mr. Speaker? You should put in place arrangements, Mr. Speaker, to allow people who may be seriously sick in hospitals, people who may be old, 80 something, like my own mother, Mr. Speaker. And we have many jurisdictions we can borrow from. Chair JLAC. If you go to Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, anybody above 65 years old, I was invited to observe elections on behalf of the Commonwealth in Bahamas in the year 2021. People above 65 years old, Mr. Speaker, are allowed to come and vote early, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Australia, Mr. Speaker, people who live 8 kilometers away to the nearest polling station are allowed to vote early, Mr. Speaker. People who are sick in hospital, as long as they notify the electoral body, they are allowed to vote. This thing does not need to be in the Constitution. All that we need from IEBC is to put in place administrative arrangements, Mr. Speaker, to allow early voting. Mr. Speaker, you know in the US, many states allow early voting. There is nowhere in the American Constitution where it has been decreed that the country will allow early voting. So I think successive IBC commissions have been sleeping on the job, Mr. Speaker. We want to challenge our good friend, Senator for Bomet, Senator Sige, to get it right this time. Have a comprehensive list of people who should be allowed to vote early. The police, the army, people who may be sick, the elderly. There are people we don't want to see, Mr. Speaker, queuing with us on election day, Mr. Speaker. Somebody is 90 years plus. Do you want to queue with that person on an election day when we have more than 1,000 people or 500 people on the line? Mr. Speaker, this matter is urgent. Let us get it right. No Kenyan should be denied a right of voting, Mr. Speaker. So I hope our chair, JLAC, and members will crack this out this time around, Mr. Speaker, so that we give every Kenyan an opportunity to vote on the second Tuesday of August next year.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to contribute to the statement made by Mheshimiwa Muma on the devolution of River Yala, where my colleague, my friend, my neighbor is bitterly complaining. Honorable Speaker, it's not only River Yala that today is getting polluted. I think every part of this country, there's a lot of deforestation which is taking place. There's a lot of problems, the rivers are getting polluted. The river banks are not protected. Honorable Speaker, in the past, I have a background on the environment and natural resource. We used to have a limited required standards to protect rivers. That's about 50 meters or more than 30 meters. The river banks are not supposed to be removed. The trees are not supposed to be cut. But these days I can see the people, the farmers are blowing it up to the river. That causes a lot of erosion. Rivers are getting polluted. And as things are moving now, this country is going to face water shortage if we don't stop this kind of business. Of late, Honorable Speaker, we have been informed that foreigners have invaded our forests, logging trees in large number. And these are people who almost come for business. But of course, at the end of the day, it's only Kenyans who will have no water. And therefore, it's the time that this House must rise up and save this country. And I'll request the Committee of Lands and Environment and Natural Resources to take action immediately to intervene in these matters. As it is, Honorable Speaker, river catchments must be protected. Honorable Speaker, if you see, most of the big rivers like Tara River and Yala, the rivers are now flowing towards the lower part of the river where it flows. People are even not getting water now. The water is actually, if you go to other world, Honorable Speaker, you see rivers flowing in the midst of cities. And they're very, very clean environment and very clean water. But unfortunately, this country, we are just having polluted every river, be it passing through Nairobi or any other part of this country. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to beg again that this House must rise and save the country, rivers and waters. Thank you so much.
Senator Okech.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually want to support the statement by Senator Sifuna. I think it's a very serious statement, Mr. Speaker, because when the President, came with the idea that we needed to lease out our milling companies in the sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker, it was a very good idea. And it was an idea that was intended to bolster production and increase efficiency. But, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a serious element of agreement overreach by these lessees, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that farmers are still going without getting their proper payments. And sometimes also workers who used to work in these milling companies, Mr. Speaker, including Sony Sugar, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, there's an element of aging out of some of the staff that are working in these places. I do know for a fact that when the leasing agreements were drawn, Mr. Speaker, there was a serious element of ensuring that immovable assets were the backbone of the agreement, but not the movable assets. To the extent that there is that overreach in these agreements, we have seen an element where these lessees end up taking the movable assets, auction them, sell them, and also taking advantage of the debt that we have, even in terms of nuclear estates, to the extent that they are going to auction them back in the back door. And before you realize the 30 years or whichever time of lease that we have in these companies, you'll end up having those leases then taking over these companies. So it's a very serious matter that I wanted to ask the Chair of Agriculture and the committee to look into it globally, not just on the issue in Zoya. Just look at those arguments, the way they are drawn, and make sure that they give us a report that is comprehensive with regards to those agreements overreach. And Mr. Speaker, I think that I wanted to encourage Senator Sifuna that perhaps this statement could also be dealt with further by ensuring that there is perhaps a question to the relevant ministry who can then help us with proper data on how each of those agreements are being implemented. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just also add my voice in the statement that Senator Cherargei brought about our team that went to Glasgow. I think that our team have done always very well, but even the Glasgow, they did even better. And Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to say is that we always take glory and praise these teams that go and represent us very well outside the country. But when they come back, their conditions, their support system, their infrastructure.
Senator Eddy, that statement was made pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. And your time is gone. Senator Recha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement made by Senator Muma about the erosion along River Yala. As said by a member before, that it is not only River Yala, but many rivers in this country, and especially where there is mining, Mr. Speaker, and particularly illegal mining. They come in and divert even rivers that benefit the people living on the lower side of a river. And so making it impossible for those people to get water to use. And so my county, West Pokot, right now has mushrooming of places with gold. And so there is a lot of illegal mining going on, and there is a lot of diversion of flowing of rivers or flowing of water to areas that are routinely known to be along the river. And then there is also, apart from illegality, which denies the people royalties and denies everybody their dues. This exercise just makes it impossible for the county to get their dues, and even the licensing body that usually licenses mine exercise and licenses do not get their dues. And there is a lot of destruction of land because they do not consult NEMA or environmental assessors to assess what is going on. And so there is a lot of drilling and leaving a lot of holes across such a land. So there is need to really come in and take charge by the Ministry of Mining. Thank you very much.
Senator Wambua.
I thank Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make comments on statements made by Senator Muma and Senator Montet on the issue of pollution of rivers. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statements that have come to this House for the last 1 month in relation to the inability of NEMA to get their act right, Mr. Speaker, there is a big problem. A big problem that, Mr. Speaker, remember, we even pushed for a commitment from the Committee on Lands and Environment to bring the Director General of NEMA here to a committee of the whole House so we can have conversations. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that every senator seated here, there's serious pollution happening at their homes, in their rivers, or in their environments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to say in relation to those two statements, that, Mr. Speaker, you use the authority of your chair. Now that the chair of Lands and Environment seems to be taking his time to use the authority of the chair to direct, or perhaps the chair of the liaison committee, to direct that the DG for NEMA appears before this House and we address issues of environmental degradation under the watch of the NEMA institution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's what I want to say.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I want to support the statement sought by Senator Catherine Muma. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, over the last 63 years, we've seen mining of our precious minerals, and with it has also been a very destructive and massive degradation of our environment. Mr. Speaker, as a House, I think we have an obligation, political and moral, and we must take it upon ourselves, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize the importance of coming up with a framework that will ensure that the future generation will find a piece of the cake that this country was endowed with naturally. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, can only happen if we sit down and come up with a deliberate framework that will ensure that the exploitation of the minerals by the current generation will not deprive the future generation the opportunity to enjoy the same kind of environment that we're enjoying today. Mr. Speaker, be it gold mining, sand mining, or even stone mining, Mr. Speaker, it is an eyesore if you walk across the country and you see pits that have been left by mining companies, and other than the destruction, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to show off, Mr. Speaker. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, that 63 years ago we did set aside a sovereign fund that could have collected some of the dividends so that the future generation can use the same to ensure that, or to at least enjoy the fruits of what the natural resources this country has. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the obligation of us all as readers, and specifically so the senators, who should be protecting devolution and with it the land that is a default function, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we put in place mechanisms to ensure that the laws that are in place, Mr. Speaker, are light-free, enforced, not only by the foreign companies, but also by the local companies, Mr. Speaker. Mining, Mr. Speaker, is one of the resources that we have that is not renewable. Every piece of mine that is extracted from our core, from the earth, Mr. Speaker, leaves a gaping hole. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that we set up a framework, a mechanism, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, we put up a sovereign fund that will ensure what is taken away, Mr. Speaker, can be seen in another form. Some of the most advanced countries, Mr. Speaker, they've set up sovereign funds that are used to ensure that the future generation, as much as they may not be able to enjoy the resources, they'll have funds that they can use to compensate for the degraded environment. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Catherine Muma for this statement, and I want to ask the Committee on Land, as they are doing this, Mr. Speaker, the laws are in.
Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Chimera Raphael kuhusu miradi ya maji katika maeneo ya Mgalani, Kilibasi na Macnan Road. Mheshimiwa Spika, haki ya maji ni haki ambayo iko katika ibara ya 43 ya katiba, na ni vizuri tungangane na kushinikiza serikali ya kitaifa ili itekeleze mradi wa Mzima tu na Mwache Dam ambao utapelekea kupelekewa maji watu wa Macnan Road, watu wa Kilibasi na watu wa Makamini. Mheshimiwa Spika, hayo ni maeneo naelewa vizuri, manake haya maeneo yamepakana na Taita Taveta. Kabla ya mwaka wa 1961 maeneo ya Macnan Road na Kilibasi yalikuwa Taita Taveta, kwa sababu Taita Taveta ilienda mpaka karibu na Taru, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo nashukuru Mheshimiwa Chimera kwa kuleta hii taarifa, kwa sababu hawa watu ni haki yao wapate maji. Lakini kihistoria, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesema kwamba haya maeneo yalikuwa Taita Taveta, na ningependa kusema kwamba ni vizuri tufuatilie ile mswada ambayo ililetwa na Mheshimiwa Senator Akajwang kuhusu county boundaries ama mipaka, kwa sababu hii sheria ni mara ya 4, Mheshimiwa Spika, inapita na inapatiana njia za kubadilisha ama kurekebisha ile mipaka ambayo ilikuwa imechukuliwa. Mwaka wa 1961 aliyekuwa mkuu wa wilaya ya Taita Taveta aliandikia barua mkuu wa wilaya ya Kwale achukue maeneo ya Macnan Road. Na mpaka sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia kule Macnan Road, shule kama Mbele Primary wanatoa walimu Taita Taveta. Shule kama Mbele Secondary imejengwa na pesa za CDF ya Voi. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri kama kuna njia ya kufuatilia ili huo mswada ambao unapelekea kurekebisha miradi mipaka wa Senator Kajwang ufuatiliwe uko katika bunge ya kitaifa, upite, ili ile zuluma ya kihistoria ya kuchukua maeneo ya Macnan Road, Kilibasi ambayo yalikuwa Taita Taveta ipate kurekebishwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi napenda kusema hilo. Na la pili, tuliambiwa na waziri kwamba Mwache Dam iko karibu kuisha, na kwamba kufikia Septemba mwaka huu itakuwa imeanza kujazwa maji, na miezi 16 itakuwa imejaa tayari, ambayo itapeana maji Kwale na Mombasa, na yale maji ambayo yanatoka Mzima basi yatapunguzwa na kupata.
Senator Fernande.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to comment on the statement brought by Nairobi Senator on the voting rights of the police. Mr. Speaker, under Article 38, everybody has a political right to be a voter, to register, and to vote. Mr. Speaker, I think the IEBC must put in place necessary mechanisms, including people who work in security service, the police officers. We appreciate they provide essential services, but it is the duty of the IEBC to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised. All police officers, all people who work in essential service and security sector must and should be allowed to vote to the candidate of their choice, Mr. Speaker, because you know, with the 50+1, you need each and every vote that is needed. Even when you go to Uganda, Mr. Speaker, you are aware even the army participate. the People's Army participate. They also get elected, I think, seat in parliament. But I'm afraid that one cannot apply in Kenya, where you have military sitting in parliament. It will be scary. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware also there is a bill that has been proposed, elections amendment, where they are proposing to delete Section 39 of Elections Act, where there is intention to ban the live streaming of results. I think, Mr. Speaker, when that bill comes, I think it will disenfranchise, undermine Article 38 on political rights, Mr. Speaker. I have read the bill and the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. We should allow the live streaming of elections from the polling station, because the law is very clear that the results that are declared at the polling station is final, but it should also, as provided by Section 39 under the Elections Act, and we did debate last session, Mr. Speaker, we did pass raft of amendments, and we ensure that the issue of live stream should be allowed. And I think when that bill comes, I want to advise the minority leader and majority leader to abandon that route, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't need to undermine the political election freedoms that we have had in the country. Finally, on the issue of Rivayala, Mr. Speaker, I was told there is a market, we have a market in Western called Lubao, where you sell dogs. So if Chinese have started eating dogs, they should just go to Lubao and buy those dogs, Mr. Speaker. And we have so many dogs in Nandi, which we can take to Lubao and they can buy. But the point I'm trying to make, we should ensure that any person who is dredging Rivayala, we must protect our environment. Mr. Speaker, we need to relook even licensing, the name and their role, who allowed them to do the dredging of the river, Mr. Speaker. It is undermining the environmental, and we are in the issues of climate change, Mr. Speaker. You are aware, with the current event of climate change, it is becoming a problem. Mr. Speaker, the Rivayala must be protected, and we hope the Ministry of Mining, where CS Hassan Joho, I expected him to appear today, but I'm told unfortunately he didn't make it, Mr. Speaker. But he should appear and share to the country what is it really happening with the dredging in Rivayala. And I hope CS Joe can stop it before he appears before this House, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the mic and I thank you.
Senator Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I for getting the opportunity to comment on the statement by Senator Mofaya, amongst other very outstanding statements that have been brought by colleague senators. The statement by Senator Mofaya talks about the status of projects in counties by the year 2022, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like that committee to take back the year, the concern and the attention of these projects, some of them that date back to even the first 5 years of devolution. Honorable Speaker, devolution was meant to empower our people and not to disempower them. There are business people that have closed shop in counties because they have never been able to get their payments for even the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker, and it must be treated as a sign of inhumanity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this Senate, we have talked about the issue of pending bills. I do not know for what reasons heads of governments in county governments pay their bills on a preference list rather than on an aging list that has been discussed here, Honorable Speaker. So counties, business people must be empowered, and there must also be an issue of equity. Honorable Speaker, when we get to health in the counties, the situation in some counties is getting very bad, to the extent that counties or county governments are giving credence to forces that have been saying that health should be brought back to national government. As a Senate, we sit here to empower counties, but what they do with some of these sectors is clawing back on the gains that we have made, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, last night I had a patient at Kenyatta National Hospital. I was at the hospital up to around 4. And I want to tell this House, for the doubting Thomases, that SHA is working. Honorable Speaker, and I can give evidence. I saw patients that had a lot of relief. One of them that was near me, that was a very disparate patient that had been brought from Homa Bay County, and I saw with my own eyes, Honorable Speaker, as they got a relief by SHA paying their bills. So, Honorable Speaker, for people who say SHA is not working, let them go to hospitals. Let them visit patients. All we can say is that let us discuss what is not working, but overall, SHA is working, and I can give a list of patients that I saw. Honorable Speaker, on the statement by Senator Muma, Honorable Speaker, the issue of mining is
Senator Wahole.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia hoja ambazo senators wenzangu wanachangia. Ya kwanza ni hoja ya wale wachimba madini katika eneo la magharibi mwa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa serikali iweze kunukuu mwelekeo wa Rais wa Marekani Donald Trump pale ambapo ameweza kuweka fedha nyingi ambazo anatozwa wawekezaji kama hawa wagushi ambao wanakuja kupora mali asili ya Wakenya. Ningependa kuomba senators wenzangu walio katika kamati hii ya mazingira tuweze kubuni mswada, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, kama hawa watu hawana vibali vya kuchimba madini na kufanya mambo haya katika mito na maziwa yetu, lazima wakamatwe. Mheshimiwa Spika, isiwe kana kwamba wanatoka nchi tajiri na sisi japo kwao tunajikakamua kuinua uchumi wetu, sasa wanakuja tu kuvuna kile ambacho wajapanda. So naungana na Senator Boni Khalwale na maseneta wengine kwamba haki lazima itendeke kwa Wakenya, na kwamba tukinyamaza, Mheshimiwa Spika, siku za alafu tutaweza kuhukumiwa na Wakenya. Hoja nyingine ambayo naweza kuunga mkono Senator Ogola ambaye amesema kwamba sekta ya afya, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni sekta ambayo lazima tukae ange na tuwe makini sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, baadhi ya zahanati ambazo zimo katika magatuzi zetu zinayumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, kule kwangu zahanati ya Kabula ambayo ubalozi wa Japan uliweza kutoa pesa nyingi, lakini kwa sababu pesa ni tamu na wengi wangependa kuchovya asali, Mheshimiwa Spika, waliweza kupatikana na mradi huo ukasitishwa. Lakini tutaenda kuwatembelea ubalozi huu ili waliokuwa na mate mengi waweze kufurushwa ili mradi uendelee. Hospitali nyingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo lazima pia niseme ni hospitali ya Nangili na hospitali ya Mchi kule Bungoma. Kile ninasema tu lazima ugatuzi utetewe, na kesho ni kuwakaribisha Wakenya watazame moja kwa moja kutoka hapa majengo ya Senate tutakapokuwa tunatoa msimamo na mwelekeo wa uchapakazi wa magatuzi yetu. Magavana wakubali matokeo, na pale kuna makosa warekebishe, na wasiporekebisha tutapambana na wao. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mungu awabariki.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment. Because of the time, I would want to comment on the statement by the Senator for Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, on the right of police officers to vote. Honorable Speaker, even as the JLAC looks at this statement, I would request that the JLAC expands this mandate to look at ways in which many citizens are not facilitated to vote. Honorable Speaker, Article 38(3) makes it clear that every citizen has a right to be registered as a voter and to cast their vote during elections. The police officers are the officers and other essential workers usually don't get to vote. Honorable Speaker, it is because the IEBC has not been innovative enough to come up with a way in which every citizen right can be exercised in Article 38(3). So we are requesting that the IEBC thinks out of the box. This voting can be electronic, wherever they are. It can be early voting, but we must allow every citizen, including those providing essential services and want to cast votes, to be able to vote. Honorable Speaker, there are other ways in which voting is curtailed. through non-issuance of IDs for persons who are eligible, but for one reason or other, sometimes including political reasons, the ID issuance is actually curtailed. I would want to ask that the Registrar of Persons Office of the President must facilitate every citizen who is eligible to vote and to actually be able to get the ID. Another way of curtailing access to voting is failure to facilitate voter registration. And I would like the JLAC to find out from IEBC whether they are doing equitable or equal facilitation of voter registration kits in all regions. Are they making it easier for some regions than other? That has been a political practice in this country that needs to stop. We need to register every person who's eligible to register. Honorable Speaker, when the Constitution was being made, one of the things that I regret we did not put in place was that to make voting compulsory. I was one of those who felt we should make voting compulsory and come up with a system that makes you automatically able to get an ID and to be able to vote when the time
Senator Catherine Muma, you are on the high seas. I want to give you 1 more minute to conclude your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And my point was that the IEBC should recognize that it is an independent Constitutional Commission that must facilitate the delivery on the right to vote and must work on all issues, including calling out those who curtail the vote through goonism. Honorable Speaker, goonism is another strategy that people use to ensure they scare away people from voting. And IEBC needs to pronounce itself on this issue. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights needs to pronounce itself on this issue. And I would ask that JLAC engages with all these institutions so that we can hear their voice and we can see every citizen who wants to vote to be facilitated to be able to vote. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the extra time.
Senator Munyihaji Faki Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, there are the issues relating to pollution of our rivers and water resources. As a committee, we have taken up the issue, and we were waiting for the budget to be opened up so that we can be able to move and visit some of these places. In fact, we have arranged to visit Athi River in the next 2 weeks from the 17th, Mr. Speaker. The other places like Wajir, of course, we shall also visit, but it will also depend on the budget that is allocated to our committee. Our committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, has a lot of activities. We are in charge of the land administration, we are in charge of natural resources, we are in charge of water, climate change, environment, waste disposal, almost 10 items, Mr. Speaker, that are supposed to be handled by our committee. Yet, we receive the same budget with the Cohesion Committee, the same budget with the Agricultural Committee, with the same budget with the Delegated Legislation Committee, of which I am a member. So, Mr. Speaker, we are a bit handicapped because of the activities that we are supposed to do. However, it is the task and the responsibility of this committee to be able to deal with those issues that have been highlighted by members. Just the other month, we were in Kakamega, Bushiangala, where Senator Muma had presented a petition. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I made a statement in this House on the issue of the cartel-like behavior that is being perpetrated by airline companies, in a sense that the tickets are always changing. For instance, this weekend, traveling from Nairobi to Mombasa, you pay a minimum of 20,000. Yet, the Transport and Infrastructure Committee that was tasked to consider the statement has not done anything about the statement for the last almost 8 months. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how we are going to tame this, because this is against the Competition Act, Cap 504. There are guidelines which the Competition Act is supposed to give to this airline company so they don't exploit members. For instance, how do you charge, for instance, between Mombasa and Nairobi? If you go to Skyward, they are charging you 20,000. You go to Jambo, which came in as a budget airline, is even now charging more than Kenya Airways. This is not fair, Mr. Speaker. So I want to, Mr. Speaker, to implore the committee to call the competition.
Now that around Senator Catherine Muma, you might think maybe I'm doing some favors to the lady. Yes, and Mr. Speaker, Senator Muma was my classmate. Okay. 1 minute.
We are Bazova. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that we need, the Committee of Transport needs to call to summon the Competition Authority, to summon the airline companies, to summon Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, so that we can address these issues once and for all. We cannot be exploited. Every time the school closes, the air tickets go up. Every time you have a small holiday, people want to go for holidays, tickets go up. As Kenyans, you are being exploited, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance also to speak on a number of statements that has been raised by the honorable colleagues. And I will start with the statement that was raised by Honorable Montet on the issue of the air pollution in Athi River. Honorable Speaker, as far as we are embracing the private investors in this country, Honorable Speaker, it is the duty of the government to make sure that the citizens are protected, Honorable Speaker. By so saying, Honorable Speaker, I know for an investor to establish any factory, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of requirements that are supposed to be observed for them to be able to start the business. And Honorable Speaker, sometimes we may be only pointing our fingers at NEMA, Honorable Speaker, leaving aside the county government, the ministry, the relevant ministry, Honorable Speaker, yet this is a collective responsibility, Honorable Speaker. So I would want to ask, Honorable Speaker, that the committee, I want to thank the committee for prioritizing to visit the site in 2 weeks' time. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, it would be prudent for the committee to also call upon all the stakeholders so that at the end of the day, they should be able to tell the number of licenses that have been given, what it was contained, because at the end of the day, every document that has been given to them as some measures that they are supposed to follow, Honorable Speaker. So these are some of the things that they need to critically check, so that at the end of the day, the government makes sure that we are not biased on giving them the opportunity to run their business, because at the end of the day, they give our youth job opportunities, but we also have to look at the health-wise of our people, Honorable Speaker. Not only in Athi River, even the trenching that is happening in River Yala, Honorable Speaker, which has been raised by Honorable Halwale. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of issues that has been raised. And I want to say that we support the honorable colleagues, because at the end of the day, they come from those particular regions. And I want to say this, that it is prudent for maybe the honorable members and Honorable Muma, who brought them the statement before the floor of this House, to really get us the facts of a number of issues that has happened, or a number of mistakes that have been happening in around these areas, Honorable Speaker. Be it the people who have lost their lives, be it the children who have been raped, because that is the allegation that was raised, be it all those issues that, Honorable Speaker, are making the honorable members to feel that these people are infringing the rights of the Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much. There is also the statement that was raised by the Honorable Sifuna, the Senator for Nairobi, on allowing the police officers to vote. I think it's a right for everyone to vote. So it's only now upon the committee and the relevant authority to look at the measures of putting it
Commissioner, 1 more minute. Today I have some 3 minutes, so take 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for giving me the additional 1 minute. I just want to say that it is the duty of the relevant, that is the high EPC, the committee of this House, to look at it and expand to an extent that they give room to anybody who is not voting, and even those who are outside the country, so that at the end of the day, we can have a collective document that is going to address all these issues that are affecting our Kenyans. Thank you.
Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, Deputy Speaker Emeritus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on one statement from Senator Muma on mining. Mr. Speaker, mining is a regulated activity in this country. We have the Mining and Minerals Act, that regulates how we do mining. When the committee sits to address the issues which have been articulated very well by Senator Muma, I would like to suggest further that they need to actually highlight activities that have not been captured by the law itself. This I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because when she refers to mining along the riverbanks, it is not part of what is being regulated. It's because it is not even expected. In fact, mining in rivers was this thing they used to call the Karaya mining, which was done by artisanal miners. It is what was done by villagers around the river, but it was not really an approved activity when it comes to mining. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Committee of Lands and Environment, and I'm glad a member or chair has articulated very well the shortcomings that they are having even when they are dealing with these issues. And in that, I think it is very important that they go deeper. Let's look at the weaknesses of the regulations that we have today. Let us look at the weaknesses in terms of the machinery, because Senator Muma has raised the issue of machinery. Was it approved? Was not approved? But what does our law say as of now? Does the law allow any machine to be used, or is it illegal? If it is not, then we need to bring that one to the regulation also. We need to go back to the law and do amendments. So my request for the committee is that as they look at the very issues that have been raised by the member, that they go further and they go deeper, so that if there is need to amend the law that we have, the Minerals and Mining Bill, let us amend it to make sure that we capture everything. The issue of artisanal miners has been another issue, because artisanal miners have a right just by being neighbors to wherever the mining is taking place. But we know that most of the mining companies have used them and damned them. They have even pushed them out of where they would be earning their own income. Again, let them look at that and see what can be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See, professors are able to manage their time, and not like my other colleagues here. Senator Mutinda, last but not the least on statement, Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would like to put my views on two statements very quickly. One by Senator Catherine Muma in regards to the issue of Rivayala, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, she has directed this statement to the Committee of Lands and focused the issues to NEMA. But I would wish that as much as the committee would be undertaking to look into these issues, a step back should be taken on the Ministry of Mining, because it is the same ministry that gives licenses for these investors to be able to undertake the mining procedures and all that. As much as, yes, the other stakeholders like NEMA are involved on certification, but this matter should just not end at NEMA, but should go further to what kind of investors are these who then do not care about our local or our natural reserves like Rivayala, among many others, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter that should go beyond NEMA, and the minister should be able to bring to light this kind of investor, because they must have been given the conditions, the terms and conditions to adhere to, so as to avoid this kind of issues and this kind of negligence to our natural resources. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, is on the statement by Senator Sifuna, my senator of Nairobi, in regards to the right of voting for our police officers, Mr. Speaker. Police officers in this country are Kenyans. They have a right to vote as per our Constitution 2010. As per our Constitution, again, Article 43, Mr. Speaker, they have a right to dignified living, health, and all that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is fair for every Kenyan, either in this country or abroad, to be able to have a right to exercise their voting rights, Mr. Speaker, and narrowing it to our police officers, Mr. Speaker. They do play a very critical role during our election period, Mr. Speaker. It will be fair that through the Committee of Legal Affairs and Justice, Mr. Speaker, the IG should be able to tell the committee or the House on how the officers that would have been deployed to their different locations would be able to exercise their vote. Would it be fair 3 months before elections, you find that all officers have been deployed and them being given an opportunity to change their vote within that particular region that they have been deployed, so that they can be able to be the first people to vote and continue doing their work of providing security and ensure that the process is fair, Mr. Speaker, because they are Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we ignore this particular fact, Mr. Speaker, then it will not be
Senator Moses Kajwang, you have a petition to present to the Senate. Proceed.
Have the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Pursuant to Standing Order 236-2A, I rise to present the following petition. Petition on the unregulated establishment of commercial fish cages in Mbita, Mfangano Island, Rusinga Island, Sindo, Gingo, and Ngode Island in Lake Victoria. We, the undersigned, citizens of Kenya and investors in the tourism and hospitality sector, particularly in beach hotels, resorts, and ecotourism within Mbita and Rusinga Township, Homa Bay County, draw the attention of the Senate to the following. Number one, that while we recognize and appreciate the potential of aquaculture as an economic driver in Kenya, the current trend of placing unregulated industrial cages within the Lake Victoria for fish farming directly affect the ecosystem of the lake. Number two, that the negative effects of the cages extend to affecting the potential of local tourism, public health, noting that the cages have been placed in the immediate proximity of hotels and resorts within the lakefront. Number three, that affected residents, investors, fishermen, and transporters have suffered the extremely challenging conditions characterized by contamination of water, which compromises the quality and standards as a result of organic waste generated from the cages, thus violating Article 42 of the Constitution of Kenya, infringement of the riparian access rights, thus blocking legitimate recreational water use, increasing the number of boat accidents in the lake, especially in the nights, thus affecting lake transportation, interference with the fish breeding grounds, leading to dwindling stocks of free-range tilapia and Nile perch, which has largely affected small-scale fishermen's major source of income. Destruction of recreational water tourism, completely blocking safe areas for boat rides, swimming, sports fishing, jet skiing, cruises, and lakeside dining for tourists. Severe visual and aesthetic pollution and water odor. For example, cages erected in bays like Ngode permanently contaminate the water given limited circulation of currents for natural water purification. Prevalence of waterborne diseases in the lake region, considering that the residents use the same lake for water for domestic use. Number four, Mr. Speaker, that taking into account that if the controls and regulative measures are not put in place, These will undermine the efforts of the national government through the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Board of Kenya in promoting the Western tourism circuit, particularly Lake Victoria. Number 5, that the placement of cages in the lake has violated Articles 19 and 42 of the Constitution on public participation and stakeholder involvement in such important decisions that directly affect livelihoods and the right to a clean environment, respectively. Number 6, that the petitioners have made the best efforts to have the matter addressed by the relevant authorities, including the State Department of Fisheries and Blue Economy, the County Department of Fisheries and Livestock, and the Association of Cage Farmers, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. And number 7, that none of the issues raised in the petition are pending before any court of law, constitutional, or legal body. Therefore, wherefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate investigates the matter with a view to, number 1, examining the current approval process and regulatory requirements governing the setting up of commercial fish cages in Lake Victoria. Number 2, determining the level of compliance by the relevant regulatory bodies with the applicable legal and regulatory framework relating to licensing, environmental impact, community social responsibility, designation of exclusive industrial aquaculture zones, public participation, and stakeholder engagement, particularly the involvement of beach management units and other co-users. Prayer number 3, assessing the effects of unregulated fish cage farming with a view to recommending the removal or relocation of all fish cages currently anchored in front of licensed beachfront hotels, resorts, public water transport routes, and public beaches where such installations have obstructed public water transport, access to recreational services, and public beaches. Prayer number 4, reviewing the existing zoning framework and recommending the strengthening or amendment of the legislative or regulatory framework governing aquaculture activities in Lake Victoria. Prayer number 5, establishing the reasons for the failure by farms operating fish ponds and fish cages within the aforementioned areas to install water treatment plants, develop and implement appropriate waste management frameworks, cease the continuous discharge of untreated pond wastewater and disposal of dead fish into Lake Victoria, and number 6, the Senate to make recommendations that it deems fit in regard to the petition. Mr. Speaker, this petition has been signed by Magdalene Munyao, Joseph Ongoro Osunga, Bernard Mbeo, Michael Ochieng, Brian Odinga, Samuel Okudo, Evelyn Achila, Ouma Stephen, Okeo Suleiman, Felix Otieno, and submitted by the Senator for Homa Bay, the Honorable Moses Otieno Kajwang. And Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 236-4, I lay the petition on the table of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Under Senators. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2.81, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. In terms of Standing Order 2.82A, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of the reading the prayer to table its report in the Senate for consideration. Thank you. Honorable Senators, I want to reorganize the order of business this afternoon. Under appearing from order number 8 to order number 10, those are divisions. Order number, I defer those orders. Order number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way to 21 are also defined. So we go to order number 22, clerk.
Order number 22, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the national city-county government.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Standing Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City County. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and Nairobi City government, laid on the table on the Senate on Wednesday 15th.
Chairperson, approach the table first, then you proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion on devolution, of the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, the cooperation between the national government and Nairobi City government. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Devolution did execution of the use agreement between the national government acting through the Prime Minister, Cabinet Secretary, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Cabinet and the Foreign Relations of the Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary. Oh my God! Through the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and the Nairobi City Government on 17th February 2026 at the State House in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, the agreement was made pursuant to Section 8 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, established a framework for collaboration between the two levels of government on refuse collection, solid waste management, county roads, street lighting, markets, housing infrastructure, water and sanitation within Nairobi City. It is supported by two tiers of governance, structures comprising of steering committee and implementation committee. Consequently, the committee resolved to invite the governor of Nairobi and the cabinet secretary, the prime cabinet secretary, to deliberate on the agreement and report back to the House. Honorable Speaker, the committee had time to interrogate the two parties involved, and we found out, while interrogating, we found that this agreement was made between the two parties, that is the national government and the county, the city, county government, that is Nairobi City. And it was in this course that the committee engagement, that the committee learned that first time there was the existence of a series of white papers developed by the national government under the program referred to as Nairobi Rising Program. The Prime Cabinet informed the committee that these white papers were intended to operationalize the agreement. He listed them before the committee, but did not submit them for the committee's review. He then explained in summary the content of each of these papers as follows. Paper 1, that is White Paper 1, deals with water, sanitation, and focuses on addressing the key aspects of water challenges in Nairobi. Having known that Nairobi today is facing with a lot of challenges on water issues, and I think it is the right time for the government to intervene. As this being one of a city, the White House is even foreign diplomats. White Paper 2 deals with safe streets, which focuses on upgrading of roads, bridges, and installations of up to 50,000 street lights within the city. Now, Honorable Speaker, as you have seen, Nairobi is actually having a lot of challenges in lightning, and most part of the city is actually experiencing darkness, and of late, insecurity has risen up, and therefore, one of the issues to be addressed in this agreement was lightening of the city. Up to 50,000 street lights was supposed to be put the city. White Paper 3, deals with the markets and urban economy with focuses on the formulation of informal trade and development of market infrastructure. White Paper 4 is on legal issues, finance, governance, and communication. This provides legal structure for anchoring the cooperation agreement. White Paper 5 is on environmental and green development. This takes to the issues of Nairobi River, regenerations, and waste-to-energy opportunities, which includes the infrastructure required for the affordable housing positions of Nairobi as a city that can benefit for green finances. Paper 6, the White Paper 6 focuses on flood resilience. This provides an integrated approach to urban water management, development of flood, master plan, and urban planning reforms. Honorable Speaker, as we are hearing now that we are experiencing, these countries experience El Nino, I think this is actually a very good approach that will be able to help the city. White Paper 7 deals with urban security. This provides for the establishment of Nairobi Metropolitan Service Framework. The proposal establishes a dedicated ward-structured community embedded metropolitan police formation within Nairobi Police Service. Apparently, this will establish a dedicated police service without having to amend the National Police Service Act. Represented, however, we observe that Nairobi City, Machakos, Kiambu, and a section of Kajiado counties are within the metropolis, and so the Metropolitan Police Service will help in giving more focus to improve the security within the large metropolis. Then this particular matter shortly will be able to improve the security within the areas mentioned. Honorable Speaker, during the consideration of this agreement, the committee has appraised 2 of constitutional petitions filed before the High Court of Kenya in Nairobi challenging the agreement. These are constitutional petition number E104 of 2026 by Christine Kadoni and Anor versus Council of Governors and Office of the Auditor General, and 12 others, in which the Senate is sued as the 6th respondent, and the constitutional petition number E111 of 2026, Katiba Institute versus Governor of Nairobi City County, and 4 others in which the Senate is enjoined as the second interested party. Honorable Speaker, 4 petitions challenged the constitutionality of the agreement on grounds including violations of functional integrity of Nairobi City County, failure to conduct meaningful public participation prior to execution of absence of county assembly approval, failure to involve the Senate, and the violation of the constitutional framework for the public finance. Honorable Speaker, as a result of this, the committee found that the committee acknowledged that the Constitution contemplates and encourages cooperation between 2 levels of government. Article 6.2 establishes the national government and county government as distinct and interdependent and requires that they conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Article 189 gives practical expression of this principle. Honorable Speaker, the committee further recognized that Section 6.5 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act imposes a mandatory obligation binding for 14 years on the two levels of government to enter into such an agreement in respect of the capital city. It is commendable that this obligation has now been acted upon. The committee acknowledges the legitimate policy rationale for structured collaboration, given Nairobi's unique status as the capital city and hosts the 150 diplomatic missions, international organizations, and other institutions of national and international importance. However, Honorable Speaker, having examined the agreement against the constitutional and statutory framework, the applicable comparative practice, and the submissions of the Governor and the Prime Secretary, the committee makes the following recommendation as set out in details under Chapter 4 of the report: that the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City government be temporarily suspended, pending on the resolution by the parties on the issues arising from the committee's observation and analysis of agreement. 2, that the national government and Nairobi City government submit a report to the Senate within 60 days of the adoption of the report, indicating the progress made towards resolving the issues noted in recommendation 1. Honorable Speaker, the committee arrived on above recommendations after establishing the following findings. 1, on the constitutional framework, the governance structure established under the agreement vests policy level oversight in a steering committee dominated by national government representatives, while the governor shares only the implementation committee. This leaves unclear whether the arrangement in substance remains one of the cooperation under Article 189 or has taken on the characteristics of transfer of functions under Article 187 without the safeguards that will ordinarily attain such transfer. 2, on financing, the agreement is silent. The agreement is silent on the source and mechanism of financing for this implementation. The figure of Kenya 80 billion cited as a cost of implementation appears nowhere in the text of the agreement. Its only source is an oral submission by the Cabinet Prime Secretary. The committee further established that an allocation of 270 million had already been made in the financial year 26-27 budget estimates for the improving of Nairobi roads through the Kenya Urban Rural Authority. Account functions for direct expenditures by national government agencies rather than as a conditional allocation for the county government. It is not an additional allocation. 3, on public participation, the exercise conducted on the agreement took place after its execution and it had already came into force. 4, on legislative oversight, the agreement does not provide any reporting to the Nairobi City County Assembly or to the Senate, notwithstanding the commitment of substantial public resources that the implementation of core can be used for, to function the agreement. 5, on the implementation, White Paper 7 under Nairobi Rising Program, proposing the establishment of Nairobi Metropolitan Police Formation, was presented to the committee as part of the framework for implementing the agreement. Yet, neither the Nairobi Rising Program nor the White Paper 7 is referenced anywhere in the text of the agreement itself. Mr. Speaker, this means that a proposal to establish Nairobi Police Formation, a new formation police covering not only Nairobi, but also covers parts of Machakos, Kiambu, Kajiado counties, is being implemented in the name of agreement that says nothing about it, because it is not inclusive. The other counties have not been involved in the agreement, but still it has been extended to those counties. Honorable Speaker, it's on the basis of these 5 findings that, taken together, the committee arrived at its recommendation that this agreement be temporarily suspended rather than allowed to proceed in its current form, pending the resolution of the issues identified. Honorable Speaker, the committee wishes to explain it is reasoning for this point that none of the 5 findings have outlined have outlined to go to the desirability of cooperation between the national government and Nairobi City County. They go to the manner in which this particular agreement was structured and executed. These are not defects that require the committee to reject the agreement outrightly, nor are they defects the committee can responsibly overlook by proving that the agreement is as it stands. They are the defects capable of being cured. It is for these reasons that the committee has recommended suspension and not rejection, to allow the parties an opportunity to correct these issues and to return with agreement that this House and the people of Nairobi can have coverage in fulfilling. Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to commend the member of the committee. I also wish to thank the Office of the Speaker, the clerk, and lastly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Cabinet Secretary of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Governor for giving us the audience and hearing to the committee and for their participation. Honorable Speaker, it is now my pleasant duty and pleasure to stand order 2284A to present the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its consideration of the cooperation between the national government and the Nairobi City County government. Honorable Speaker, with these many remarks, I wish to move this motion and request the House to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between Nairobi government and national government and Nairobi City Council, city government. And I beg to ask the Majority Speaker to second.
Majority Whip, Senator Wakoli.
Thank you. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Naona lugha inaendelea kuwa na msamiati wa spika wa wengi. Bila shaka lililopangwa na Mungu litatimia siku moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuhusiana na ripoti hii katika kamati ya ugatuzi na mustakabali wa serikali ya kaunti na serikali kuu ya Nairobi, kuhusiana na mustakabali wa makubaliano kati ya serikali kuu na serikali ya kaunti ya jiji la Nairobi, ningeunga na ninaunga mkono kikamilifu yale ambayo kamati imeweza kuibua kuhusiana na makubaliano ambayo waliweza kuafikiana na serikali kubwa. Hii ni ishara tosha kwamba kamati hii ya ugatuzi inaelewa majukumu ya serikali ya kaunti na kwamba yote ambayo ameeleza kwa kina ni kuhakikisha kwamba ugatuzi na mamlaka ya kigatuzi yanalindwa kwa udi na uvumba ili wakaaji wa jiji la Nairobi waweze kufurahia. Vile vile ameweza kutaja tu kwa kifupi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba wanakamati walijitolea muhanga kulipa jambo hili umakinifu wa kutosha, na akataja vile vile watumishi wa serikali ambao walitenga vile vile muda wao kukutana na wao na kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yanawekwa kinagaubaga. Sina mengi ya kusema, lakini kwa sababu mambo haya yamo katika kumbukumbu ya bunge na yamo katika kamati ama katika jalada ya maelekezo ya kamati chini ya mwenyekiti, ningependa kuunga mkono na nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City County government, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 15th July 2026. I now open the floor for debate. I start with the Senator Chalage Samson.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for speedy tabling of this report. I think on this matter, the committee has been very effective and efficient. Mr. Speaker, I'll just make a few comments. I understand where the committee is in terms of whether this was under Article 189, Mr. Speaker, on cooperation between national and county governments, or whether they were transfer of functions under Article 187. Mr. Speaker, I've read the committee report, Mr. Speaker, and we know Nairobi is struggling with many challenges. You and me know that. Because by default, we are residents of Nairobi City County. The fact that, and the learner should understand that despite that we come from different counties, most of us work and live in Nairobi because the Senate prisons or Parliament prisons is where our work is. And we cannot operate on a monkey principle. Hear nothing, see nothing, say nothing about Nairobi City County. Because Nairobi City County is struggling. The Nairobi City County government and the governor had proposed in 2022 that it work. But it looks like I work, Mr. Speaker, because whenever you drive around, and I understand where the national government is coming from, whenever you drive around the city, whether on official matters, whether during official hours or non-official working hours, Mr. Speaker, you will see how dirty the city is. The garbage is all over. In most of our estates, the street lighting is not working. The roads are in poor condition, even within the city. Dilapidated and poor conditions. Mr. Speaker, the soft underbelly of Nairobi City County is normally exposed, especially when there are floods in this city. And there were projections that we might have El Nino rains in this country. And you saw during the unexpected floods, flash floods in the city, we lost Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to condole and empathize with them because of the poor drainage network in this country. I have seen the tired argument by Nairobi City County and the governor that Nairobi is built on a swamp. Mr. Speaker, that argument is a fallacious argument that you should only be told to the birds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, if you read the book called, and I know Senator Omogeni might have done that, or Senator Kajwang, A Man of the People. There is what we call Chief Nanga and Odili, the story of Chief Nanga and Odili, Mr. Speaker, on the Man of the People, where in that, the setup of that story is that everything was right. And you remember the story of Chief Nanga in A Man of the People, where he said everything was right, and he commended the president in that context, that he was the controller of the moon and the sun, because although the Chief Odili in A Man of the People are arguing that, Mr. Speaker, that there were many challenges. So it's equated to Nairobi. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree Nairobi has challenges, even in revenue collection, but we are lucky enough, myself and Senator, my chair, the distinguished Senator of Homa Bay, ranking member, that even in their own source revenue, they are missing target. The CRA projected that Nairobi should be collecting 63 billion, but they are only collecting 13 billion because of the many leakages. Mr. Speaker, the street lining, the roads, the garbage collection, and I understand because even the seat of government is in this city. The seat of presidency, both three arms of government, Mr. Speaker, which you lead, the parliament arm of government, the judiciary, the executive led by His Excellency the President. And if we have the vision of 2060, where President William Ruto is taking us to Singapore via Canaan, we must ensure we change the face of Nairobi City County. And by the way, this was the vision of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. May his soul rest in peace, Mr. Speaker. And I know we are almost celebrating his anniversary. Mr. Speaker, we want when people come to visit Talanta, Raila Odinga Talanta Stadium in Ngong Road, they should be proud of it, Mr. Speaker. That is the vision that the president is talking about, 2060. If we want to achieve the vision 2060 as envisaged by the president, because the president is thinking about future generations, the prosperity of this country, unlike the disunited opposition who are thinking about the next election, they are talking about, they don't have an agenda, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure Nairobi is brought to order, Mr. Speaker, because Nairobi is the face of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when you land in JKIA, and I'm happy there is going to be a new construction of 200 billion plus new airport, because when you land to Nairobi after traveling to Dubai International Airport, I'm told they are doing a new one, Mr. Speaker. When you travel to other airports like Jackson Hartsfield, is it Hartsfield in Atlanta? When you travel to Amsterdam, although that one is a bit old, Heathrow, among other international airports, when you land in JKI, Mr. Speaker, you are landing on a kiosk somewhere in Africa. So we must, even as we transform JKI, we transform the roads. This is the face of Kenya and Africa. Most people equate Kenya to Africa, Mr. Speaker. So Nairobi must be in the conversation of Vision 2060 on how we can transform Nairobi to be a good. Mr. Speaker, I know as protectors of devolution, if I say this, many people will find it discomfort, Mr. Speaker. Because even I think in the promulgation of this constitution, Nairobi City County should not have been a county. It should have been a metropolitan service being run by the national government. Because we have also international offices like United Nations headquarters in Gigiri, Mr. Speaker. This is a very strategic county or a city that should not be allowed to be run by individuals who don't have a vision of where Nairobi should be. Mr. Speaker, the issue of traffic gridlock, Mr. Speaker, we must agree that there are challenges in Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the committee report that looking at the factors, because the president had proposed, because a reading of Article 189, there is a collaboration that is provided by Constitutional 2010, reading as section, I think section 6 up to section 9 on Urban and Cities Act, the law allows there should be a cooperation in terms of running over urban city, Mr. Speaker. You have to appreciate the issue of gridlock. The traffic management in this city is becoming a problem, Mr. Speaker, especially with the constructions that are happening of roads here in Valley Road, the one that is coming through Bunyala Road, Mr. Speaker, is still a big challenge, and even across the city, be it in estates and many others. So, Mr. Speaker, what Article 189 provided was the collaboration, and I think the commitment of His Excellency the President of 80 billion to assist in the running of Nairobi City was not an idle or in vain. Mr. Speaker, I know the committee has proposed a suspension of the implementation of that collaboration. I know there are many gray areas that the committee has pointed, like who will oversight, and I want to agree with them. In fact, the Prime Cabinet Secretary should also recommend that the 80 billion should be given as a conditional allocation to Nairobi City County. For two reasons, Mr. Speaker. One, to allow under Article 229 the proper audit by the Office of the Auditor General. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, to allow proper oversight, Mr. Speaker, because we only deal with two-term. So we want to ensure that, one, the OAG can look at the audit, because you can audit that money that belongs to the public when it is given as a conditional allocation and will pass as a Senate or as a Parliament. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is also to allow Nairobi City County Assembly to oversight the use of that money. And even the Senate through the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker. So that is the whole essence, so that we have sight of the money being allocated. Because now the 80 billion being allocated by national government, does the Constitution under Article 96 allow the National Assembly to oversight the 80 billion given to county? It will not be very neat, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the committee that on those, based on those arguments, I agree with them that the implementation of this collaboration framework, not to undermine it, not to object it, not to block it, but to give chance to the parties to give us a legal framework. If today the president, and I want to say this with a lot of reminders, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, if today they bring an amendment to Conditional Allocations Act, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you we'll use 159 of Eliud Kipchoge to pass that in conditional allocation. Because we know Nairobi has so many problems. that the current county governor and county government cannot fix, that the president has tried to intervene. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that let us suspend so that we have clarity on how these matters shall be done. And I wish the Nairobi City Senator would have been here so that we can also get a perspective on the oversight aspect, Mr. Speaker. But nowadays, since he is busy campaigning for the higher offices, he might not be very keen on Nairobi matters. But since Senator Kajwang is here, he will give us a different perspective. Mr. Speaker, the third point I wanted to make is on the issue of security in the city. Mr. Speaker, you saw some parts of this city, somebody walking into a saloon and attacking women and stealing women from Chama. In fact, those thugs, and I saw he was a man. I'm not saying men are thugs or robbers, but they should be ashamed. How do you rob a woman? They should be ashamed, Mr. Speaker, those robbers. How do you rob a woman? Women are supposed to kupigwa na leso. They are supposed, Mr. Speaker, men are supposed to be providers. How do you go and take Chama money? The slick money that women are sitting to divide, 50,000 only, you go and threaten them with a robber went and threatened and, and took the money away. That shows that there is laxity in security. And therefore, looking at the National Police Service Act, and I've read the National Service Police Act, Article 245, Mr. Speaker, on this I disagree with the committee because the Inspector General of Police have power to form the units. Because I have seen, Mr. Speaker, you saw the village elders were accompanied by assistant chiefs and chiefs, Mr. Speaker. Are you aware your area assistant chief has been given Ngapu as Karikanga, National Government Administration Police Unit, that are now working around with the chiefs and assistant chiefs and ensure they fight the issues of Changa in the village or illicit brew, issues of insecurity, the issues of Nyumba Kumi, arresting people who are sleeping with other people's wives, the people who are domestic adulterers. Mr. Speaker, that gap has been created and assigned to the chief officers. You remember anti-stock theft unit also has been formed. You remember the diplomatic police unit has been formed. So the formation of Nairobi Metropolitan Police Service will assist in management of security of this city, Mr. Speaker. You have seen in situations nowadays you can make a phone call. There are robbers who are professional using motorbike rides. In fact, when I boarded a matatu, Mr. Speaker, when I was boarding a matatu here in town, Mr. Speaker, and I boarded, you are being warned. When you approach Uhuru Highway, you are being warned, close the window. Because somebody will snatch your phone. Even I saw in Roysambu, these people are daring. They snatch a phone from a traffic police officer. How can you steal from a police? Mr. Speaker, that is interesting. How daring are these robbers nowadays? How do you steal from a police, Mr. Speaker? It is like throwing a stone into a police station, Mr. Speaker. I was shocked that the police officer, nowadays, you are even calling as you walk. You are advised not to hold your phone because the riders who are robbers are taking advantage, Mr. Speaker. These security lapses, Mr. Speaker, even here in Uhuru Park, here in the Green Terminus, this Green Terminus where the underground will be done has now been turned to the den of thieves and criminals here in Green Park. This terminal that was constructed next to interchange of here Expressway and Uhuru Park, Mr. Speaker. Here in Green Terminal, the criminals are there. Mr. Speaker, we need a unit that will ensure that we have Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit that will deal with insecurity in this country, in this Nairobi City County, Mr. Speaker. Because this is a city where we welcome tourists. We welcome both local and international. And Mr. Speaker, you and myself have been referred to the rural senators. When our people come to see us in our offices, Mr. Speaker, they need to ensure that we receive that protection and ensure. So the Inspector General of Police, under Article 245 and under National Police Service Act, they have a right. And I want to respectfully disagree with the committee that they should have allowed that we have in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fourth point on public participation, I agree that the public participation was done, but I hope the committee will go further because Article 10 provides for public participation. We want the people of Nairobi. You know, public participation, Mr. Speaker, is one of the ingredients. And I remember the case of 2013 in Kiambu matter, where they must be approved. And I want to believe and agree with the committee that they need to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, the public participation should have been done so that we can get the mind of Rhidopians and ensure that we protect Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue that has been raised within 60 days, that adoption of this report, I hope the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the County Governor of Nairobi, the County Senator of Nairobi, the County Assembly of Nairobi, the Senate will and should be involved in the issue of ensuring this collaboration. This is under Article 189. I want to disabuse the media reporting. And Mr. Speaker, I think I don't know whether we are abusing Article 34 and 35 on right to information and media freedom. Because I've seen media just misreport. I don't know why they like. Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful. And the delegation of Homa Bay should be aware that there is a lot of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, Mr. Speaker. This was under Article 189 on cooperation between national and county government. It was not Article 187 on transfer of functions. There was never a transfer deed between the county government of Nairobi and the county and the national government of the Republic of Kenya. It was never there, Mr. Speaker. So the fact that should come out strongly, so that as the oversighters, and I want to appeal to the Devolution Committee to be on the lookout, so that when this issue is brought again, they should give us a green light as the Senate and assure us that particular standards has been followed before this cooperation. Let us ensure the Senate participates. Let us ensure Nairobi City County Assembly participates. Let us ensure Nairobi City County Executive participates. Nairobi Senator participates, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ensure this collaboration is for the betterment and enhancement of service delivery for the people of Nairobi. We want a cleaner city. We want good roads. We want water. We want proper sewerage and sanitation in Nairobi. We want to ensure that Nairobi works for the betterment of this country, Mr. Speaker, and also it is in the interest of all of us that will ensure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to support up to the extent that the committee will convince us further why they have suspended this collaboration. But if they, and I want to appeal to the PCS, Mr. Speaker, if the next 10 days or 5 days, if they can rectify what the Committee of Devolution has proposed, the Senate will not have a problem but to support, because we want that 80 billion to be given and ensure functionality of Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support the report of the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I yield back the mic.
Thank you. Next is Senator Kajwang Moses.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the Devolution Committee. When you look at the function of the Senate, one of the most important committees in this House is the Devolution Committee. In fact, it has a mandate over everything that every other committee does. It is a committee that is supposed to confirm and report back to the House whether devolution is working as envisaged in the Constitution. I have had the privilege of chairing this committee, and so, Mr. Speaker, I take it seriously when the committee brings a recommendation of this nature. It is not a light recommendation politically, but we are not here just for the politics. We are here for the nation called Kenya. We are here to do the things that are required under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Nairobi needs help. Everybody knows and everybody acknowledges that Nairobi needs help. Nairobi has a serious structural problem. And I've said it before on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, and I still hold that view, that even if I was the governor of Nairobi, my chances of success would be very slim, looking at the structural challenges and the financial gaps that Nairobi City currently has. But for us to give Nairobi help, we need to do it within the parameters of the Constitution and the parameters of relevant statute. The Devolution Committee has noted that, yes, it is important for there to be cooperation between the national and county government as required under Article 187. Indeed, the Constitution even allows transfer of functions as provided for. No, transfer is Article 187 and cooperation is Article 189. Mr. Speaker, this Senate has been called upon in the past to consider these matters. In the last Parliament, there was a memorandum of agreement between the national and county government of Nairobi pursuant to Article 187, to transfer various functions from Nairobi City County to the national government. Mr. Speaker, that particular matter generated a lot of heat. I do recall the then immediate former Deputy Speaker, even I think he was still Deputy Speaker in the last Parliament, who is now the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, stood on the floor of this House and asked senators to ensure that we do the right things, asked senators to ensure that we observe the rule of law. Eventually, the matters went to court. The court made a ruling that public participation in that kind of transfer was mandatory. The approval of the county assembly was mandatory. The approval of the Senate was mandatory. Unfortunately, the transfer of functions went on as if the decisions of the court were a mere suggestion. At that point in time, I was chairing the Devolution Committee, and so the challenge was thrown back to the Senate to come up with clear guidelines on transfer of functions for future cases. As a committee, we drafted certain amendments to the Intergovernmental Relations Act. Those amendments came to the House, but they came to the House a bit late. I do recall when I brought the amendments to the House, in fact, Senior Counsel Okongo Mogeni even suggested further amendments to the amendments that we had brought. But it was too close to election time, and so we were not able to provide clear prescriptive guidelines to counties and national governments to observe before they decide to transfer functions to the national government or vice versa. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there's a lot of breach of the principles of the Constitution under Article 187. Functions such as housing have been transferred through the back door from county government to national governments without any intergovernmental agreement. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, in the Energy Committee, we were with Ketraco asking them why they have taken a loan to solarize boreholes across the country, something which county governments have got the competence to do. Asking them why the government signed a $20 billion Kenya shilling loan for Ketraco to build mini grids across counties, something which county governments can do. Mr. Speaker, we have seen counties ceding their stadia to the national government for construction on the basis of political agreements in political party rallies without any intergovernmental agreement. We have seen even hospitals being handed over to the national government. This House must stand up for the counties because it is our duty to defend and protect the interests of counties and their governments. And I keep saying that at times, the interest of governors is indirectly proportional to the interest of the governments that they lead. We must ensure that even if it is in the interest of a governor to have the national government build the hospital, build the stadium, build the market, or build the affordable housing, there must be an intergovernmental agreement binding the two parties. Mr. Speaker, the Devolution Committee tells us that let's freeze this agreement because it lacked public participation. Public participation was done after execution. Mr. Speaker, that's a mockery of all the provisions of law that put the people first. It is a mockery of the very first article and the preamble of our Constitution that says we the people. We the people cannot be an afterthought. It cannot be a step after executive decisions have been made. On that basis, on that conviction, I want to agree with Senator Abbas that if public participation was done after the fact, this is an illegality that should be suspended or perhaps should be terminated until it is done properly. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the committee asks the question, which it does not answer, whether this matter was considered under Article 187 as a transfer or Article 189 as a cooperation. Even if it was a cooperation under Article 189, Mr. Speaker, the trend, or if you look at other jurisdictions, and I think the committee has given us the example of South Africa and Australia, that even if it was a cooperation agreement, the County Assembly of Nairobi ought to have been seized of the matter before it is executed. And Senator Abbas has given us two clear examples What happens in South Africa with similar structures? What happens in Australia with fairly similar devolved structures? That yes, you can cooperate. You can come up with the draft deeds. You can come up with the draft memorandas, subject it to public participation, take it to the local council, which in this case is the Nairobi City County Assembly. If the Nairobi City County Assembly was not involved in this matter, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Devolution Committee that this particular agreement should be stopped. If this was a transfer under Article 187, then the Senate ought to be involved. And so, Mr. Speaker, once we answer the question whether we are dealing with Article 189 or Article 187, this particular matter should be postponed. In any case, Mr. Speaker, we have not seen evidence that since this cooperation agreement was executed, that there is something that has been delivered of a tangible or of great tangible nature that would be jeopardized if there was a suspension to ensure that the right things are done. The Devolution Committee has also told us that the governance arrangements under this agreement favor the national government. You've got a steering committee, Mr. Speaker, that is chaired by someone from the national government. The Prime Cabinet Secretary chairs the steering committee. Then, and in that steering committee, Mr. Speaker, even though the governor sits there, he sits there with the county attorney and 2 other persons nominated by the governor. But the Prime Cabinet Secretary is accompanied by almost 5 cabinet secretaries and the Attorney General. The balance of power favors the national government. In the Implementation Committee, whereas it is chaired by the governor, there are 7 principal secretaries from the national government. There is a representative from the Office of the President. There is the Solicitor General sitting in the Implementation Committee. The governor is only accompanied by the county solicitor and the county executive committee members. Mr. Speaker, that in itself looks like we are not just cooperating, we are doing a transfer. Due to that abnormal governance structure, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the committee that we should suspend this agreement. Finally, the committee has also indicated that funding and financing arrangements for this cooperation, or whatever mongrel it is, have not been made clear. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the functions that the 2 levels are saying they're going to cooperate on, it is 80% of the functions of the county government, from garbage collection, solid waste management, county roads, markets, water and sanitation, street lighting, housing infrastructure. The only other significant function the county is left with is health and early childhood education, and perhaps licensing of casinos and licensing of dogs and abattoirs. Everything else has gone to the national government. Mr. Speaker, if that is going to happen, and if you're going to call it a cooperation and not a transfer, then funding needs to be clear. And for funding to be clear, that needs to be processed through the division of revenue, that this House is the one that has got the constitutional mandate to decide. That needs to be processed through the county allocation of revenue, which it is only the Senate which has the authority to process. Mr. Speaker, if in processing of DORA and processing of KARA, we did not see any different allocation to Nairobi, we did not see any special emphasis, because some of these things the national government is going to cooperate and to contribute some revenue to it, then it cannot be said that there is clarity on funding, and for that reason, this agreement ought to be suspended. Mr. Speaker, let me finalize by being a bit nostalgic, and I do hope from the clerk's table that my audio is okay. My type, it's my audio which is a problem. Mr. Speaker, with nostalgia, I am the senator representing the people of Homa Bay. And there has been a habit of people who are representatives here in Nairobi of calling us village senators and rural leaders. And yet some of us grew up in this city. Some of them found us in this city. Mr. Speaker, I came to this city in class 3. and went to primary school in this city, went to high school in this city, worked in this city, live in this city. Mr. Speaker, I lived in this city back in the 80s when things were working in Nairobi City. You could bet on a bus. You knew that the Kenya bus was going to pick you if you're going to Otiende. I think it was number 34. From Langata, it would go all the way to the airport. You knew the time to pick it, and it rarely delayed for more than 5 minutes. In fact, it was plus or minus 3 or 4 minutes. If it was not the Kenya bus service, we had the Nyayo youth bus services that came later in the 1990s. What kind of thinking did we have in the 80s and the 90s that we can't apply today? We are saying that Daniel Arap Moi was a terrible president. But what kind of thinking was there in the days and years and the rule of Daniel Arap Moi that we cannot replicate or we cannot improve today when we have PhD holders in the highest offices in the Republic of Kenya? Mr. Speaker, there was a time when schools in Nairobi, if you were middle class, you would go to what we call Kanjo schools. And indeed, I went to a Kanjo school. I went to Rabai Road, right in the middle of Jericho Market. Mr. Speaker, it was safe, and if you had the brains, if you had the effort and industry, you'd be assured of making progressing to a fairly good high school and going all the way to university. Even nursery schools used to work. Even secondary schools used to work. They used to be run by the Nairobi City Council. Today we have reduced the responsibility on education to only early childhood education. Ceded primary, secondary, and tertiary to the national government. And things are still not working. There is a time when garbage used to be collected in this city. There was a time when we didn't have all this traffic menace, traffic jams in this city. Traffic lights worked. Security worked. City council housing was a decent place where you could stay in. Mr. Speaker, today, city council housing, all of them are being demolished to pave way for affordable housing. The land belongs to the county. The houses belong to the people of Kenya through the central government. At the end of the day, you are not sure whose balance sheet that asset is going to sit in. There are years when we could go to parks. Mr. Speaker, Uhuru Park in the 80s and 90s was a favorite spot. You could go there for ice cream. And I think it used to be called Lion's Maid ice cream. Those guys used to ride a tricycle with a jingle. Jivanji was a place you could go to. City Park was a place you could go to. It's a place where many people, perhaps even Professor Senator Jenda, may have done a few dates in some of those parks because they were decent, they were clean, they were safe, they were impressionable. If you took someone to City Park, it was like taking them to Hyde Park in London. Mr. Speaker, how is it that we were able to do this under the brutal regime of Daniel Arap Moi, and we can't do it under the democratic regimes that we have had since the repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, it is my view that Nairobi of the past, of course, is gone, but we can pick some elements from the past and fix Nairobi for the future. It is our responsibility as a leadership that is in place at this point in time to ensure that we bequeath to our children a Nairobi which is as good as a Nairobi that was given to us by our forefathers. And Mr. Speaker, as legislators, a few things we must do. If we are going to be talking about a Vision 2060, a new vision for Kenya, Nairobi must be at the center of it, because Nairobi generates a disproportionate higher percentage of GDP compared to the other counties. And so if you go with the 2080 rule, if you fix the problems in Nairobi, you are generally fixing the problems of Kenya. And indeed, President Ruto said as much when he walked over to the County Assembly of Nairobi, and for the first time, a sitting president was able to address members of the County Assembly. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that was very admirable. That is something that we must commend. However, it does not take away the illegalities that were committed in coming up with this agreement. Mr. Speaker, in my view, Nairobi of the future must focus on a transport infrastructure that is efficient and other cities like, be it London, Cairo, etc., other congested cities, have come up with solutions that we can replicate. The bus rapid transit, light rail, and even underground. I heard the governor talk about underground. But that is such a heavy investment that it cannot be processed through the 400 billion that we share amongst counties. And that's why I agree that Nairobi requires help. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we must change the structure of Nairobi so that Nairobi is not run from one governor's office, one county assembly. We must decentralize and devolve functions and services in Nairobi further. Yamoussoukro is a capital city of Ivory Coast. And Mr. Speaker, we once visited Yamoussoukro and met the person who runs that capital city. He's called Minister Governor. He sits in the cabinet. He sits in the national cabinet, but he still governs Yamoussoukro. Because they know that the kind of budget resources you need to run a capital city, you must have not just a cooperation or a transfer as captured in this constitution. You must have a completely different arrangement where the city is looked at as a capital territory. In Nigeria, the federal capital territory of Abuja, Nyesom Wike, a former governor, is a minister who sits in the cabinet. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this Nairobi, we should pick the most successful governor of the other 46 counties, and they are the ones who we should promote to run Nairobi. It should not be based on the tribal census, which our politics is. We end up electing charlatans, and then within 2 or 3 years, we are impeaching them. Nairobi must have cities within the city. Greater London has got 2 cities, the City of London and the City of Westminster. That ensures focused attention on development. But even if we were smaller in population and we can't have another city within a city, we need to have municipalities within the city. Governor Sakaja called them boroughs, modeled on the British arrangement. But those are his own things. They are not captured in law. In our laws, we have cities, municipalities, and towns. We must come up with a Nairobi City Act, which then allows us to have the capital city being part of the national government in a way, in as far as financing is concerned, have a capital city which can decentralize further to municipalities, and each municipality can have its own councils, and each town can also have its own councils, so that this matter of public participation, we are not saying that it's public participation only when things are done at City Hall or at the county assembly headquarters. Mr. Speaker, I think we need a whole day, not just a whole day, maybe an entire session, to discuss how we should reorganize our constitution to ensure that Nairobi is a city that it is. But I support the committee because the committee is saying, just do the right thing. Do public participation. Get the approval of the assembly. Get the approval of Senate if it is required. Have clarity in budgets and have a governance framework that makes sense. If you do that, then we shall approve. But Mr. Speaker, focusing on the Nairobi of the future, as things stand, even if Professor Jienda was the governor of Nairobi, he will still fail. In Washington, the Americans figured it out. Their capital city is managed differently. The Nigerians figured it out. Their capital is managed differently. The Tanzanians figured it out. Dodoma is managed separately. The Ugandans figured it out. In Kampala, even though you have a Lord Mayor, but you've got an executive running the city. Mr. Speaker, that is the direction we should go, not these backdoor approaches. We need a comprehensive rethink and reset of Nairobi as a capital of the Republic of Kenya. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice Ogora.
Honorable Speaker, I've sat down here and I've got the wisdom from the leader of my delegation. But Honorable Speaker, I rise to disagree with the recommendation of the Devolution Committee. Honorable Speaker, we can make it work, and we must make it work. for the following reasons. That I want to support the initial cooperation agreement between Nairobi County and the national government. For these reasons, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, let us reflect as a country on the trends of urbanization globally. That the predictions say, and we can rightly prove, that by 2050, Honorable Speaker, we'll have over 65% of our populations moving to the urban centers. And Honorable Speaker, look at the stature of Nairobi as a city. That the UN is moving here. Not to say that that is the only reason for which we should improve our facilities. But Honorable Speaker, reflect on the experiences we've had in this city in the last few months or years. And that brings me to the point, Honorable Speaker, that we must move away from the entitlements we are bringing in our arguments. That the roles that are specified here are county government roles. Honorable Speaker, if you go to hospital and you're sick, you must not wait for a particular doctor to treat you, even if they are going to come 3 days away from when you are in hospital. What is important is that you need treatment so that you can solve your problem. Honorable Speaker, the spirit of cooperation, the spirit of consultation, the spirit of collaboration is enshrined in our Constitution. And we must move away from the generalities that we have county functions and national government functions. Because I know, Honorable Speaker, that we do not have county citizens, nor do we have national citizens. All that is important to us and should be important to us, Honorable Speaker, is that our citizens are able to get services that is required to them. We are here talking about 8 billion. For me, Honorable Speaker, I would have loved this to be done like yesterday. You walk around in this city during the rains, and we all saw what happened, the flooding that we had in this city. Is that the city that we'd want? In fact, if this kind of arrangement can work, I would push that it is done in all our cities in this country. Honorable Speaker, consultation and collaboration is enshrined in our Constitution. And nobody knows this better than the Devolution Committee. That if through consultation and collaboration, the two levels of government can come together to enhance services in this city, then, Honorable Speaker, I plead with this House that we must make it work. Having reflected on the growth of urbanization, then, Honorable Speaker, we must see the kind of messes we are grappling with in this city and other municipalities. It reflects back to the slow growth of urban facilities and utilities that is commensurate with the growing populations that we have in the city. Honorable Speaker, even when you drive to Parliament here or in the city, you see the number of people, pedestrians that are walking. We are even here encouraging a walking nation, which is healthy, that reflects on our health. But where do they walk, Honorable Speaker? We have the same motorable road. The pedestrians are competing with motorists. The pedestrians are competing with border borders. Is it a situation that we like? Probably probably the cause of even some of the accidents that we have. But, Honorable Speaker, we want to see a city that is beautiful, that is built to the standards of today, that as we encourage our people to walk, there are walking paths in our roads. And border borders can move easily on those roads, while vehicles also move in those roads. That can only be done if such facilities are put in place. But if you're here struggling and saying that we leave it to counties, why haven't they done it? Why hasn't Nairobi County done it over the 10 years that we've had devolution? And here we have a responsible government in Nairobi County that accepts the challenge they have and accepts that they can sit the two levels of government and give Kenyans what they are lacking. Honorable Speaker, the planning of this city and other cities is running behind schedule. The urban facilities that we have not been upgraded in the last many years, and yet populations continue to increase. Look at the floods that we have that I've talked about, Honorable Speaker. It is a reflection of the non-upgrading of the stormwater facilities that would be consistent with the growth that we have, Honorable Speaker. And if the national government realizes that there's something that they can do so that we are able to meet certain expectations by even 2050, why don't we allow them? Honorable Speaker, I'm here talking about issues of public transport. My leader of delegation has reflected back on the years when he was growing, when systems were working, but they were not upgraded in consistency to the growth of populations. We must ensure that public transport is going to work in this city for the betterment of everybody that lives here. I've talked about the stormwater drainage, and this is not news to all of us. We have drainage that has not been upgraded for all the years. And here we have a county government that is saying, we have not been able to, can we do it, the two of us? I've talked about the riding lanes. I've talked about the pedestrian lanes. We are talking about street lights, Honorable Speaker, that in this city, when you drive around at night, there are lanes that are dark. And that even leads to insecurity, Honorable Speaker. We are talking about, other than the roads, we are talking about street, building, and road infrastructure that includes installations of modern key installations like CCTVs, Honorable Speaker. In the past years, we have seen how that has facilitated even security, has facilitated the unraveling of certain criminal occurrences. Honorable Speaker, are we saying we want to live like 20 years ago? Are we saying that if Nairobi City cannot do it, we have to be entitled to some functions to the extent that we stop the citizens that are living in Nairobi City from benefiting from this initiative? Honorable Speaker, I have talked about access roads. We have even to talk about health facilities. Honorable Speaker, with the urbanization, we get into challenging health issues. We need to see a considerable progressive growth of access to urban, to health facilities that would serve the growing populations. Honorable Speaker, this morning I was just telling this House that I was at the Kenyatta National Hospital to receive a patient that was transferred from Homa Bay County last night. And Honorable Speaker, I stayed there up to around 4 a.m. Upon that, I appreciated the services that were being offered by the medics in Nairobi, in Kenyatta National Hospital. I saw the personnel handling hundreds of people that kept on coming up. Honorable Speaker, I believe some of them were not referral cases, because the essence of a referral institution is that it would only be dealing with referral issues. But, Honorable Speaker, in the absence of commensurate thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the absence on commensurate health centers that have been built over the years, to take care of curative and preventative services around the estates, because the health centers we see in the estates and on the estates are the same health centers that have been there for years. So, Honorable Speaker, as populations are growing, we are not receiving commensurate growth of health services that leads everybody to move or to go and seek medical services in Kenyatta National Hospital. And that really also works against the number of personnel that are there and the services that are there. And, Honorable Speaker, all I'm saying that even health has components of urban issues. Honorable Speaker, there's the housing issues. Why are we comfortable with the government doing affordable housing? And housing is a devolved functions. And we are applauding the government because it is going to solve an urban problem in our city, and not only in this city, but elsewhere. So, Honorable Speaker, we cannot have our cake and eat it at the same time. I do not want to leave out the issue of security, which is key in urban issues. Honorable Speaker, the issues of beautification of the city to serve our aesthetic values. Honorable Speaker, there are key urban facilities that when you walk around in this city and other cities, is lacking. The issue of playing grounds. I know as a mother and as a parent that it is so important that wherever there are residences, there needs to be a playing ground. Honorable Speaker, when you drive around in most of these estates, children are reduced to playing on the roads. They have to compete with motorists as they play their games, because our urban planners have not put in place playing fields that is a requirement in urban planning. So what kind of kids are we raising? We are raising kind of kids that are limited in their social skills. They did not have the opportunity to play freely and grow up in their social networks as we did. All of us can reflect that in estates where they were there in the yesteryears, when Kina Professor Ojenda were growing up in this city, they have playing fields, playing football. But that is lacking in this city. Are we here sitting as a house and saying that our children don't need those kind of facilities? Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of garbage collection. And you know the challenges that municipalities and cities continue to have with the collection of garbage, which is an environmental threat, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the main reason, Honorable Speaker, why I disagree with this recommendation, and I want to say that whatever the challenges have been there, are there, including public participation that has been mentioned, we can never, as a generation that is moving to the next century, say we are suspending the implementation of such collaboration. When collaboration is a key component of the new constitution that we are also defending here. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying let us not suspend. I'm saying let us not freeze this collaboration. I'm saying let us keep to the spirit of the collaboration agreement, because all we need is the members, the citizens in this city getting the right services. All the other difficulties that have been cited, Honorable Speaker, can be sorted out through collaboration, can be sorted out through further consultation, but we cannot say that we give. I've heard, Honorable Speaker, on the floor, a number of us saying, because some of these are county functions, we should give the city 8 billion. How do we give them 8 billion when a number of them are not able to account for even the billions that they have? Honorable Speaker, what is important in this case is that let us allow the services that will be offered by this agreement to be done, not today, but let us do it like yesterday. And Honorable Speaker, I support the initial agreement, the initial agreement through the cooperation of the county government of Nairobi and the national government. And that brings me to the fact, Honorable Speaker, as I end, that as we move to Vision 2030, as a progressive nation, we should be seeing ahead. People who don't plan, who fail to plan, Honorable Speaker, will ensure that we do not achieve what we want. Honorable Speaker, the spirit of collaboration, the spirit of consultation is enshrined in the Constitution, and as a House, we must move with the spirit that is enshrined in the Constitution. And so, Honorable Speaker, I disagree with that recommendation.
Senator Okongo Mugwen.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to fully support the report by the Committee on Devolution, but I'll go further, Mr. Speaker, and propose that this House should amend the motion to totally, Mr. Speaker, cancel that cooperation agreement between the national government and the county government of Nairobi. The Speaker, first, having listened to the chair, Senator Abbas, he has raised a number of constitutional issues, Mr. Speaker. And I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, that this cooperation agreement is not aligned with the constitutional text in our Constitution on devolution. Mr. Speaker, you know that the most transformative aspect of our 2010 Constitution was to have created the 47 devolved units. And we transferred services and resources to the 47 devolved units, Mr. Speaker. And what our people expect, Mr. Speaker, is that the chief executives, the people we call governors, will step in, Mr. Speaker, and provide services to our people. Mr. Speaker, when you're talking about roads, sanitation, provision of water, those are all devolved functions, Mr. Speaker. If you take those functions from Senator Sakaja, what will he sell to the people of Nairobi to win a second term? Because what you are telling us, Mr. Speaker, is that he has surrendered the most important functions to the national government, Mr. Speaker. And I'm shocked, while reading the report, Mr. Speaker, that the governor appeared before the committee and seems to agree with a process that is clear and constitutional, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Cabinet Secretary, if you read through the report, appeared before the committee, Mr. Speaker, and he had no shame, Mr. Speaker, in saying that the officials of the National Treasury, Mr. Speaker, will be sharing reports on the functions, on the services that will be given through this cooperation agreement. So I want to be very categorical, Mr. Speaker, that if we respect the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, especially Article 6, subsection 2, Mr. Speaker, let us accept what this Constitution decrees, that counties are distinct and they're independent, though there is interdependence with the national government. Mr. Speaker, I have a second issue that is even more painful to me. Mr. Speaker, in terms of revenue, Nairobi has the highest own source revenue. I sit in CPAC, Mr. Speaker, and ever since he assumed office, the governor of Nairobi has been merciless in hitting us with increased taxes, with increased property rates, Mr. Speaker. Though we don't get the services. Mr. Speaker, where I live, the City Council of Nairobi has never collected garbage from my house. Mr. Speaker, the county government of Nairobi has never repaired the roads within our estate, Mr. Speaker. And yet we are paying these rates. What are we paying the rates for, Mr. Speaker? The street lights that we have, we contribute as members of the court where I live to pay the bills from Kenya Power. So where do our rates go, Mr. Speaker? Before you rush to the national government to ask for 80 billion, can you account for the money that we give you, Mr. Speaker? You saw how merciless, and I hope God will forgive him, how merciless he was when he was evicting old, retired senior citizens from some of the properties that were owned by the defunct City Council of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. Some people, it is rumored, died from stress, Mr. Speaker, because of those evictions. So let us first understand, if Nairobi is collecting 15.4 billion as own source revenue, and then we add them another 21.4 billion, that's close to 40 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's enough money to run services and make the city of Nairobi the green city in the sun, the way we used to be told when we were young, Mr. Speaker. Then the second question I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, imagine the people of Meru don't have enough funds to offer some of these services. I know, Mr. Speaker, for a fact that my cousins in Meru there don't have adequate sewer connectivity. I know. It's lacking. You go to Nyamira, is worse, Mr. Speaker. We don't have any sewer system in the county of Nyamira. What makes the people of Nairobi think that they are the only ones who deserve to have these sewer connection services and not other counties? And Mr. Speaker, let us learn from practices from other counties. And how I wish that the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Ruto, had even brought a paper to us to discuss this idea. Because the practice in many countries, Mr. Speaker, is that the states that are rich, the ones that are wealthy, contribute, they donate money to the weaker states. The devolution, the way the devolved system works in Germany, in the 16 states of Germany, I think they call them landers or something. In those 16 states, Mr. Speaker, the state that is wealthier, Mr. Speaker, like now Nairobi, which has 40 billion, should give us 5 billion, then we share among the weaker ones, the 12 weaker ones, where Nyamira will be part of the beneficiaries. So that, Mr. Speaker, we align giving services to our people with Article 27, which says that no Kenyan should be discriminated, Mr. Speaker. If Nairobi wants to give the people who reside here piped water, we also require piped water in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. If we must provide roads, tarmac roads in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, the same thing should happen to the people who reside in the county government of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. That's how you cannot imagine if they have 40 billion, you give them another 80 billion. Where is fairness, Mr. Speaker? And remember, under Article 96, I want to remind all senators who are here, under Article 96, our major role that unites all of us is to protect counties. Not to protect one county, Mr. Speaker, all the 47. We had a big fight here when we were dealing with the second revenue sharing formula. But we all united, Mr. Speaker, to protect all the 47, not one county, but all the 47. Mr. Speaker, let the national government bring that money here, and we'll come up with a formula on how we share.
and we'll give Nairobi the list because it already has enough money, Mr. Speaker. I can give you examples from many, many jurisdictions. If you go to Canada, Mr. Speaker, where we have provinces, there is a policy in place on equalization, fiscal equalization policy, Mr. Speaker, so that if money that is given to provinces disadvantages certain provinces, the government goes back, Mr. Speaker, and says we must put in place an affirmative action plan to support those counties that have received small allocation and where the own source revenue is also not adequate. You know what happens to the cantons in Switzerland? The policy by the government in Switzerland, Mr. Speaker, is that each canton must provide similar services. Each. Not to tell us that Nairobi is the only one that deserves street lights, that Nairobi is the only one that deserves sewer connection, that Nairobi is the only city that deserves piped water. No, Mr. Speaker. Let's borrow that spirit of Switzerland, where the spirit of the government is that all the cantons must operate on equal basis, Mr. Speaker. If there is tarmac connection in one canton greater than the other, the government policy in the following financial year is to support that canton that is disadvantaged, so that it has also got enough tarmac road connection, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker. But to tell us, Mr. Speaker, after we have argued and argued on money that was to be available for counties to share, we were told there is no money. Where has this 80 billion come from? Let us ask that question, Mr. Speaker. If you told us there is no money to increase the equitable share for counties, where has this 80 billion come from? And I've read the submissions of the CS. He was saying that this money will be contributed by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, how can you deny counties that are so deserving money, Mr. Speaker, and then come back and say, we have this money, but this money will be given to the county of Nairobi alone? Mr. Speaker, if we agree with this approach by the national government, then we'll be opening a Pandora's box. It means that some counties will lag behind for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. And that should never be the government policy, Mr. Speaker. If we want to make our counties attractive for investment, let that attraction be there in all counties. Kiambu deserves more resources, I know. They also want more investors to go to Kiambu. Why can't we say these 80, we give Kiambu 5 billion, give Muranga 5 billion. Why only Nairobi? Then give Nyamira, because we are lagging behind, 9 billion. Kisii is there, we give them 6 billion. Let that money come here, we share it out, Mr. Speaker, amongst the 47 counties. But we cannot sit here and say that we are approving 8 billion available to one governor called Sakaja only. That is very, very unfair, Mr. Speaker. That is something that we cannot support. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, even if we were to give this money to the county government of Nairobi, there are also serious constitutional issues on how this money is being appropriated. We know, Mr. Speaker, that Article 221 gives the National Assembly the sole mandate on appropriation. They discuss, and Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that the person sitting in the chair is a very experienced parliamentarian. You have served a cool 10 years in the National Assembly. You know you do these things, Mr. Speaker. Even if it's for development, Mr. Speaker, that must be passed by the National Assembly. Even if it is recurrent expenditure, Mr. Speaker, that must still go through the National Assembly. How then can we have an agreement, Mr. Speaker, signed? We are told 8 billion will be given to the county government of Nairobi, and then the Prime Cabinet Secretary appears before the Committee on Devolution of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya and say that we are going to make arrangement from Treasury to avail this money to the county government of Nairobi. That can never be, Mr. Speaker.
it seems, Mr. Speaker, that this agreement wants to bypass very critical constitutional institutions. One of them is Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We should not, Mr. Speaker, endorse a cooperation agreement that is clearly unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. Number two, the other constitutional issues I want to raise, Mr. Speaker. What is the role of the County Assembly of Nairobi in terms of providing oversight, Mr. Speaker? If you read clause 7.5 of the cooperation agreement, it means, Mr. Speaker, that the power of the County Assembly of Nairobi has been taken over by an entity that has been created through this cooperation agreement. You know, that is like telling us that you can come with an agreement that will that can take away the oversight power of the Senate. That can never happen, Mr. Speaker. This thing they are calling the Planning and Execution Committee is taking away county functions, Mr. Speaker. How can you create a Planning and Execution Committee that will come to plan on urban roads, on sanitation issues? That is taking away functions reserved in the Constitution as a preserve of the county government of Nairobi. The fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is that we have totally ignored the very, very important role of public participation, Mr. Speaker. The courts have ruled many, many times, on many, many occasions, Mr. Speaker, that public participation ought to be meaningful and not cosmetic, Mr. Speaker. Meaning that before you put ink and paper to a document like this, Mr. Speaker, you must have an engagement with the people who will be affected by this cooperation agreement. But what I've seen from the agreement, Mr. Speaker, is that ink and pen was put into the agreement, a ceremony was held in State House, Mr. Speaker, after which I think just to meet that standard of public participation as required of our Constitution, some forums were called up just to rubber stamp the entire thing, Mr. Speaker. That's not the way it should be, Mr. Speaker. Public participation should precede this process. Before an agreement is signed, involve the people, take into account their views, Mr. Speaker. As I gear towards conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we still have a big challenge on provision of health services. Before Senator Sakaja moves to create metropolitan police, and I wish he can make a trip to many countries. Many countries, Mr. Speaker, are closing their police stations. You go to countries like Switzerland, they open police stations 3 days a week, Mr. Speaker. You go to Singapore, where I'm told there is a dream to take people to a country called Singapore, Mr. Speaker. They are not creating metropolitan police stations, Mr. Speaker. They are talking about providing free health care services to their people, Mr. Speaker. And we have talked here day after day about the dysfunctionality of SHA. Mr. Speaker, I can even carry the Bible, and my pastors from Nyamira will bear me witness, that we have one of our pastors, Mr. Speaker, who saw the CS Health give an undertaking that if you go to India for treatment, SHA will meet your medical expenses. He traveled all the way to India, went to Apollo Hospital. Mr. Speaker, when he reached there, he was told, we cannot accept that card called SHA because there are so many pending bills that have not been paid to several hospitals in India, Mr. Speaker. So when we say that let us have a conversation around how SHA is operating, we are not doing politics, Mr. Speaker. This is something that is affecting a man of God, a pastor from Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. Now we are all trying to raise funds to pay for that pastor in India. He has already incurred a bill of 1.2 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. When the CS Health will come here, I'll table those documents, Mr. Speaker, because I know if any of us here gets into a medical emergency, the card that we have, the medical card, will step in and rescue you. But what about the Mama Mboga down there, Mr. Speaker? What about this pastor, Mr. Speaker? So when you go before their church and tell them that SHA is working, they will tell you no. Because they know one of their own, Mr. Speaker, has been subjected to this, pain Kenyans go through because SHA is not working, Mr. Speaker. So let us have a conversation that is honest, Mr. Speaker. When something is not working, let us accept that it's not working, that there is a problem, Mr. Speaker. So I support this report by the Devolution Committee with that rider, Mr. Speaker, that we should move a step further and nullify, not suspend. We should totally nullify, Mr. Speaker, this cooperation agreement so that we send them back to the factory setting. They comply with the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, abide by all the constitutional requirements around public participation, Mr. Speaker, and then we demand that that money, 80 billion, Mr. Speaker, comes before this House so that we share it among the 47 counties. So I hope the chair, Devolution, Senator for Wajir, will agree with me that giving 80 billion to one county is a very unjust and very unfair decision by this Senate. I fully support Mr. Speaker, and I hope even the Senator of Kisumu, despite him being in broad-based, will agree that even Kisumu needs this money. This one is now about us defending our counties, Mr. Speaker. It's not about broad-based. So I hope the Senator for Kisumu, who wants to be governor, Mr. Speaker, will stand up and fight for Kisumu County to receive more resources. I support Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Karungo Wadhangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I love your new format of giving the senators an opportunity to speak, those who have been in the House for a longer time during the session. So thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this report by the Committee on Devolution, of which I'm a member, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support because, and from the onset, it's good for members to understand, we are not fighting any cooperation between the national government and the county government or any county. We are not even fighting any transfer of functions by any county government to the national government. What we are talking about is the modality or the process or the legality of the process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Ogola, and I see she's stepping out, maybe you can listen to me for a minute, because from your contribution, you said everything that I believe in when it comes to giving resources to the counties. But we are not talking about providing these resources to the counties. We are talking about the processes, the modality. So we cannot say that because this money is coming to the county government, we are fighting the county government of Nairobi. No, Mr. Speaker. We are not fighting the county government of Nairobi. Just like having a child or having children is a good thing. But, Mr. Speaker, you cannot have a child with an underage. That will be against the law. You cannot even have a child with another man's wife. That will be against the morals, the culture, and everything, Mr. Speaker. You are not following the society rules and regulations. What I'm trying to say, if you have to have it according to the law or have it according to the norms, Mr. Speaker. This agreement between the County of Nairobi and the national government, I would want you to take you to Article 6 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And I want to read it. Article 6 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, devolution and access to service. That is 6.1. It says, it's actually 6.2. The governments at the national and county levels are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution, in one of the beginning articles, or the first articles of the Constitution, says that both the national government and the county government can work together through consultation or cooperation. But, Mr. Speaker, it continues through Article 186. Actually, it is Article 189 and Article 187, saying that for you to have a cooperation, you use Article 189. For you to have a transfer of functions, you use Article 187. But when you read the cooperation agreement between the Nairobi County and the national government, it is actually Article 187, which is the transfer of function, that is going behind door or through the back door through Article 189, Mr. Speaker. Because it is not a cooperation, it is a transfer of functions. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? And you know, a very famous story is told of a camel, Mr. Speaker, that went and asked the owner of a tent, because it is raining, can I just put my head? Then after a few minutes, it was the whole neck. Then after a few minutes, it's the whole body. Going away with the tent, Mr. Speaker, and leaving the owner of the tent without anything. This is what the national government is trying to do, just to get the head inside the county government of Nairobi. Then it will be the neck, and before the county government of Nairobi and the governor knows, the national government has taken over the functions of the county government. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Committee of Devolution, which I'm a member, is asking this House to nullify this cooperation agreement is because one of these few things I'm going to say, but there are many, because it is undermining devolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the work of the Senate, pursuant to Article 96 of the Constitution, is to take care of the affairs or the interests of county governments. Were we informed about this cooperation? No. The Senate itself, which is mandated by the Constitution to cater for the interests of the counties, was not consulted. And then you say there's public participation. We are more public than any other institution because we represent the public, Mr. Speaker. So devolution is undermined by this cooperation. The national government, Mr. Speaker, is bringing governance dominance, or it's dominating the running of functions of this agreement, Mr. Speaker. The county does not have any decision making because the county assembly again was not involved. Because the county assembly today, even after this cooperation is agreed, assuming that we never brought this report, the county assembly of Nairobi has no say in this agreement. And that's why we are calling for its nullification, Mr. Speaker. Because you see, there are CIDPs, Mr. Speaker. And you know CIDPs are documents that are used, they are the blueprint of any development or planning of any county, Mr. Speaker. So when in the middle of a government, in the middle of a term, when the CIDP has already been passed by the county assembly, somebody is introducing something else that was not in the CIDP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is weak legislative oversight. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, this agreement and the committee that is mandated to execute this agreement is not subject, or it does not report to the county assembly. It has no mechanism. It can only report to the National Assembly because this is a national government function. So that means even the Senate cannot question, Mr. Speaker. So we are saying that we are not fighting all these monies to go to any county, but it must do so through the relevant laws. They must follow the law. We want the 80 billion to go to Nairobi. I also want the same 80 billion to go to Kiambu or any other county. But if we take this money through the back door, we are creating another NMS, Mr. Speaker. Today, the NMS as it is known has left pending bills of hundreds of billions, Mr. Speaker. But when you go and ask the county to pay, the county tells you, go to the national government. Are we creating another NMS, Mr. Speaker? Are we creating another huge pending bill? Or this is another form of siphoning money from the national government so that they can go to the county government, then it is rerouted to the same people who remove these monies, and we are helping corruption, Mr. Speaker. So if it is a corporation, it should go through Article 189 of the Constitution, but not Article 187, that is the transfer of functions. Because when you listen to this, you look at this agreement, it is actually transfer of function. Mr. Speaker, another point is that there is no clear financing arrangement. They're saying 80 billion will come. How are this money coming to the county? Will they go to the main county account? Will the county assembly appropriate or come up, put it in the budget, Mr. Speaker? So, what we are asking, or what you're saying, Mr. Speaker, we should not try to help the county of Nairobi by breaking the law. If we want to help the county of Nairobi, let us follow the law. You cannot help a driver, Mr. Speaker. A passenger goes and picks the steering when the driver is already seated, and you're saying, I'm helping the driver steer this vehicle. No, Mr. Speaker. What you have to do, if you're helping the speaker, actually, let me give you this example, Mr. Speaker. You do not strengthen a donkey by carrying it on your back. You strengthen it by giving it or helping it carry the load on its back, Mr. Speaker. So what the national government is trying to do is to carry the whole of county of Nairobi, carry it on their back by trying to say that they're helping it, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm supporting this report by the Devolution Committee that will nullify this corporation. They start afresh. If they follow the law, we have no problem. We can pass it as soon as yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I also conclude, this agreement is open-ended. It has no expiry date. And remember, we might have a governor who understands you don't have to take people to Singapore because we are already in Nairobi and we know our problem. Because even we trust even those who are taking us to Singapore. The other day they said they are taking us to Vietnam. So maybe the other day they will tell us Myanmar or wherever, Mr. Speaker. So we should work with the people who understand our problem. We should work with the people who understand the problem in Nairobi. The problem in Nairobi is water, sewerage, roads, flooding, Mr. Speaker. And if we have a governor who understands that and he is given an opportunity to lead, Mr. Speaker, we will have no problem supporting this agreement, Mr. Speaker. Now, I ask this as I sit down. Protect me, Senator, Mr. Speaker, from Senator Chimera. He's in the House. And say hello to the people of Kwale when you go home. Mr. Speaker, what if you have another governor who will come in after the current governor and he understands devolution more than the current government? If the current governor, if we leave this agreement open-ended, it has no exit clause. So does that mean one governor can agree with another president of whom are not sure of their term, of their return? Then they will always be tied by this cooperation forever and ever. And it is a cooperation that is against the law. So I urge the House, because I'm a member of the Devolution Committee and I see my chairman, Chairman Abbas, is in the House. We are not fighting Sakaja. We are not fighting the president. We are not fighting the agreement. All we are saying, can you do it and do it within the law? Period. As I said, Mr. Speaker, it's good to have children, but having a child with an underage is against the law. But the children are good. So you cannot say that you don't look at the end product. Look at the process, Mr. Speaker. And what we are saying here is the process. We are looking at the process. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to support this motion so that we can help Nairobi County. Thank you very much.
Senator Professor Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me speak from the desk of the whip. I may be a whip one day.
before end of this term, before I become governor. Things change in Senate. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report with modification. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this report is a result of the so-called cooperation agreement signed between the national government, represented by the Cabinet Secretary, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Attorney General, Dr. Agik, Mrs. Dorcas Agik, and the Governor of Nairobi, His Excellency Sakaja Arthur Johnson. Mr. Speaker, this agreement was signed on the 17th of February 2026. The highlights are clear, as the intention of this agreement was to ensure that in the so-called cooperation agreement, underlined by Article 189(2) of the Constitution and Section 6.5 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, Cap 275, underpin a legal framework that would ensure that the transfer, not the transfer, but a cooperation agreement that would see the city of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, get funding to the tune of Kenya shillings 80 billion during the lifetime of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, two problems abound, and that informs some of the recommendations to which the Honorable Senator for Kiambu Thangwa has spoken to, the Honorable Kajwang spoke to, and the Chair spoke to. Mr. Speaker, the problematic that is presented, or I dare say the conundrum that the two levels of government find themselves in, Mr. Speaker, is whether this is a transfer of functions or a cooperation. Mr. Speaker, a transfer of functions would underline some of the functions of the county government set out under Schedule 4 that would then be transferred to the national government to be performed for the benefit of the county government, realizing that the city of Nairobi is at a level, Mr. Speaker, where it needs not just oversight, but it needs proper facilities that are befitting and that would put it to the status of cities, equivalent cities like Vienna, New York, and I am happy that Senator Kajwang of Omabay has referred to the Senegal and to Yamoussoukro, where there's a fantastic mosque, I think the biggest in Africa and perhaps in the world, built by the then President Houphouët-Boigny. And, Mr. Speaker, he has also referred to the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja, governed in a particular manner, to deliver to the people of Nigeria, recognize that Abuja hosts many functions, international functions. He has also referred, Mr. Speaker, to London and to the functions that are undertaken, how the City of London is managed through the Westminster City and the City of London and the existing boroughs within the cities, and how, Mr. Speaker, we could transform the management of Nairobi City in a manner that would reflect not just devolution, but would reflect a delivery of service. Mr. Speaker, I have the advantage because I have lived in all these cities. I've lived in London, as you know, Mr. Speaker. I have lived and traveled to Abuja. I have been in Abidjan as well. I've been to Yamoussoukro, and I understand the framework of this city. I've been to Vienna, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, because of my comparative depth, I'm able to contribute to the report in a manner that is reflective of deep knowledge, not just of the law, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a senior counsel, but of governance of a city, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that what is reflected in the agreement is a transfer. One, because of the time frame set. There is no time frame that is set in this cooperation agreement. And Mr. Speaker, the object of devolution under Article 189 and Schedule 4 was that the 47 governments had functions assigned to them with a prescribed framework that would ensure that these 47 county governments would generate their own source revenue before they would get monies transferred from the center or the treasury, the first government, the first level, which is the national government, Mr. Speaker. This report, Mr. Speaker, recognizes that there is need to term or to frame this agreement as a transfer of certain functions, given, Mr. Speaker, that the 50 billion, for instance, that is targeted for the improvement of sewer services falls within a particular department, environment, and other functions that are performed by the county. I think that is one of the issues that will be tinkered with by the proposed amendment that the chair has spoken to and other senators, Senator Kajwang, has spoken to. But, Mr. Speaker, this agreement is a reflection of the failing systems in our city, but also of the need that this city, in the framework of governance set out in the Constitution, ought to be managed differently from the other cities, including the city of Kisumu and the city of Mombasa. And of course, Senator Kajwang is from a smaller village city, Homa Bay, which is not yet, and Senator Betty, they haven't grown to the levels of Kisumu and other more serious cities. Mr. Speaker, I would invite this reframing of the agreement as recommended by the committee so that it reflects the true nature of what is intended. Mr. Speaker, Nairobi City, Nairobi County, requires a serious framework that will deal with security, that will deal with slum upgrading. And herein, Mr. Speaker, we must commend the affordable housing framework that has improved the lives and changed the lives of many Nairobians who previously, Mr. Speaker, lived in slums. And this is not to say that those who believe it can be done better have no point. But, Mr. Speaker, we must commend the President for this novel implementation framework of the affordable housing system that has changed the face not just of Nairobi, but of many cities in this country, Mr. Speaker. And even when the naysayers say that we should not give the President a second term, Mr. Speaker, it is factual that he has performed for the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a framework that adds money to Nairobi City should be a welcome framework. It is a framework that would ensure development of facilities, roads, water, sanitation, energy, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to ensure that we have sufficient lights and lighting for the dark spots in Nairobi, which are a security threat, for the security roads, Mr. Speaker, for the bridges that are undone in places like Dandora and other places. Mr. Speaker, as you've heard, some of us grew up in Nairobi and also in Kisumu. So we understand the city very well, unlike Mr. Chimera, who grew up in Mombasa. In Kwale, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this framework should have received the approval of all levels of the county government, including the collection of the CECs, the county assembly, and Mr. Speaker, the direction that earlier speakers have referred to, that the monies that inform the 80 billion intended.
Under Senator Professor, our time is up. So Professor Jenda, you have a balance of 9 minutes to conclude your thoughts. You have really said them nicely, so you have 9 more minutes to conclude. So, honorable senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 6 August 2026 at 2:30 p.m.